Wow. Hello, everybody. You know, this was supposed to be a little gathering in like a plant. This was supposed to be just a little gathering. There's a lot of people outside trying to get in. Well, I want to thank everybody, and I want to say a very, very special hello to Scranton and also to Pennsylvania. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Turn this sucker up, please. Turn it up. Get this mic turned up, because I heard somebody say louder. I've never had that. I've never heard that before. Turn it up. It's great to be back in the beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Just 27 days from now, we are going to win Pennsylvania. We are going to defeat Lion Kamala Harris. Lion Kamala, she's a liar. We're going to make America great again, right? And as you know, early voting is underway, so when the polls open tomorrow, we're here, we're finally here. And you know, we're way up in your, I want to say, look, let's do it this way. The main thing is to win. Let's say we're 1 point down. I don't want to tell you. We're actually up. But I want to say we're 1 point down. Everybody get to the polls so we get these horrible politicians out of there. We want to get rid of them. No, we're actually up in the polls in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Arizona just came out. We're up in Arizona very substantially. We're way up in the polls, and the only place we're down, New York Times has a headline that we're down a little bit, but they're the only poll. Every poll, you got to see these polls. They're the best polls. New York Times is, we call it the failing New York Times. It's fake news. These people are sick. You remember in 2016, they had to do an editorial apologizing to their readers because they said, he's going to lose, he's going to lose. I swear he's going to lose. And then I won, and they lost thousands and thousands of, I love that, gonna happen again. No, I came on today to the plane, and Susie and everybody says, sir, you're up in this poll, you're up in this poll, you're up in this poll, you're up in every poll. And then I picked up the New York Times. It said, I'm losing by a whisker. They hope. They hope. No, they're fake news. You know, they're all fake news, these people. They're totally crooked. They're so crooked. They're the enemy of the people. They are. They are the enemy of the people. So get everyone you know and vote immediately, because that's the only one that counts, you know. November 5th, that's called our big poll. That's the real poll, right? And they're going to cheat like hell and everything else. You know, if they only cheat a lot, we're in great shape. But if they cheat in record-setting numbers, which they're capable of doing, I can't promise, but they are cheaters. That's the way they do. When they have their first meetings, our first meeting is, where would be a good place to go? How about Scranton? You know what their first meeting is? Their first meeting is, how do we cheat? How do we cheat? That's all they, because, you know, when you think about it, who can win with high taxes, open borders, allowing murderers to come in? You saw that last week? 13,099 murderers allowed to come in through them. Over 13, many of them have murdered more than one person. Is there anybody in the audience that's in that group, please? Because if they are, we want to get the hell out of here, or get him out of here. If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. And your taxes will come down, and your safety will go up. But we had an incredible evening here on Saturday. You probably heard about it. Maybe some did, maybe some didn't. I don't know. It was in a beautiful place called Butler, Pennsylvania. And we were celebrating the brave firefighter, Corey, who sacrificed his life in the attack 12 weeks ago now already. And he really was. He jumped on top of his wife and daughters. He got hit, right? He got hit. Two other gentlemen, all Trumpers, I mean, to the nth degree, all Trumpers, but two others got hit too. They said they were dead. They weren't going to make it. And the doctors, you have very good doctors in Pennsylvania, I tell you. They're doing well. They're doing well. how many, I said as I was getting up, before I even got up, I said, how many people were killed? Because, you know, it was wall-to-wall people. And I said, how many people were killed? They said, we think 3, sir. And I said, that's not good. And yet, I must tell you, it was like this, and this maniac was firing bullets all over the place. I heard him go right over my head, too, but it was just terrible. But they said, how many? They said 3, and then the 2 went, and they had unbelievable talent in the form of doctors, 2 separate doctors, and they saved their lives. But Corey was hit bad. He was hit hard. He was hit hard. But I thought what I'd do. You know, one thing, and I didn't want to say it the other night, it wouldn't have been appropriate, but one thing nice, that we raised a little money for Corey, and you know what it ended up being? For his family. For his family, it's beautiful. Like, I think around $5 million, right? $5 million. And a friend of mine, a pretty wealthy guy, he said, do you mind if I give a check to the family of Corey? I said, you can do that if you want. How much? He said $1 million, and he handed me a check for $1 million. And then they raised another like $4 million, and we also gave some, or we were going to give some to the 2 gentlemen that got badly hurt. They got badly hurt. But we raised $4.5–5 million for the family. So I think it's good, and that's out of love for what they do. I mean, you know, this is the greatest movement in the history of our country, and we have to take care of our people, right? We have to take care of our people. You know, it is true. And, you know, look at all that fake news back there. You know, I say that all the time. And, you know, if I'm a little bit off with the statement, they say, Donald Trump, you know, he lied, it was terrible. Now, you have lying Kamala. She lies about everything, including where she worked. Remember? I worked so hard at McDonald's, it was unbelievable. I stood over the French fries all summer, winter, fall, spring. She never worked there. She lied. You know the beauty of that? They'll say, oh, it's so terrible to bring that up. It's so simple. No, David, the beauty of that, it's so simple. It's so easy to understand. She said she worked like a dog in McDonald's, and it never happened. She didn't work there. That's better than some complex, long story that I have to, before we get to the fact that she's a no-good liar. But you know what's more important about her? I don't like her. You know what's more important about her? She's just led the worst rescue operation in history in North Carolina. The worst. And we have another big one coming in, but the worst, the one in North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Virginia, pieces of Florida got hit. I mean, it's incredible. The worst ever, they say. They had no money. You know where they gave the money? To illegal immigrants coming in, many of whom are killers, many of whom are drug dealers, many of whom are gang members, and many of whom came out of prisons from all over the world. You know, they come out of prisons all over the world, and they drop them in our country. And you know that the prison population all over the world is down because they put them in our country. They come from the Congo in Africa, many prisoners from the Congo. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. It's lovely to have you. They come from the Congo. They come from the Middle East. They come from Asia. They come from all over the world. They also come from South America, but not as many as you think, a lot. But, you know, everyone thinks they come from a few countries in South. No, they're coming from all over the world. They're dumping them in our country because they think we have stupid people leading our country. And on that, I agree with them. Sleepy Joe. Although Joe's looking pretty good lately, I tell you, he's looking pretty good compared to Kamala, right? It's the first time I said, you know, this guy's starting to look sharper. He's starting to look sharper because we're comparing it, and he's angry at her, and he hates her. The only question is, I think he hates her almost as much as he hates me. No. And I think he might be willing to. He can't take much more. It was an overthrow, okay? It was an overthrow. And he's having a hard time saying, you know, he did it voluntarily. He didn't. They pulled out You know what they did, right? Article what? 25. That's what they did. And they said, you're sick, you're not going to go on. He got 14 million votes. He got 14, think of it. He got 14, she got none. And this was really, this was an overthrow. This is the first overthrow, or you could call it a coup. Do you want to call it a coup? This was the first coup in the history of America. David, you're an expert on this stuff, right? Wouldn't you say? First coup in the history of America. But look, I say to all Pennsylvania patriots, we have to, I just said, do me a favor, you got to see this, because we had over 100,000 people in a beautiful area, but not exactly highly populated. They came from all over, 100,000 people on Saturday night. Take a look. That's something, huh? Isn't that something? We have some very big ones coming. We have some very big ones coming. We just rented Madison Square Garden. We're going to make a play. We're going to make a play for New York. Hasn't been done in a long time. It hasn't been done in many decades, but we're going to make, how could New York be run worse than it is, right? With all the problem, everything is corrupt in New York, and we're going to make a play, and let's see. I mean, I think that, you know, the migrants have taken over Madison Avenue. They've taken over Fifth Avenue. They've taken over the parks. The kids can't play Little League. You know, it sounds like a trivial thing. It's a big deal when you have a son that's a Little League player and he can't play. So we're going to go Madison Square Garden. We went to the Coliseum, Nassau Coliseum. We could have filled up the Nassau Coliseum 3 times. It was incredible. We left there a few weeks ago. It was incredible. So we're doing Madison Square. We're going to go the arena in Atlanta, if we can get it. We're going to go the arena in New Jersey, if we can get it. You have to get it. But we're doing arenas because the crowds are so big. And we're making a play for New Jersey. We're making a play for Virginia. We're making a play for New York. New Mexico. Minnesota, where this lunatic comes from. I'm doing well, and you know why I'm doing well in Minnesota? Because he's running. They actually, it's supposed to be the opposite way, right? If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, she will annihilate the Pennsylvania energy industry, plunging communities across the Commonwealth into darkness and despair. That's what's going to happen. Your jobs will be down, and your salaries will follow. Congratulations, everybody. It's not going to let it happen. We're not going to let her destroy. You know, she destroyed San Francisco. We're not going to let her destroy this country. She shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be. You know, how would you like to be me? We spent $150 million destroying Biden, which wasn't that hard, actually. All you had to do is hold up his record. But we had the debate, and then after the debate, he was down so much, and they went to him, and that's when they went to him. So we get rid of him. This is like a fighter. A fighter's doing badly. He's losing badly. And Dana White says, well, you know what I'll do? I'll put in another fighter to fight. You got to take 2 people. And so now they put this total Marxist, communist person in there. But people have figured it out. She had a very bad day yesterday, and we're going to talk about that. She had a bad day. She had a bad day. Kamala Harris was one of the original sponsors of the socialist Green New scam. You know that. Where they want to spend $93 billion. 93. No, they want to spend, actually, she's spending $93 billion in a short, but they actually, their ultimate plan is for $94 trillion to be spent. 94, listen to this. That's more than China and the rest of the world could spend if they really wanted to in 25 years. 94 trillion, we're going to clean the air so that when China comes here and takes us over, they'll have a nice, clear atmosphere, because that's what they're doing. They're sacrificing our military and everything else. These people are crazy. She said repeatedly that she wants to ban fracking her whole life. We will ban fracking. We will stop. You know, I flew over some of those beautiful windmills. They're falling down, by the way. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. That gorgeous, beautiful Pennsylvania countryside. They got these big, ugly suckers hanging down. They're rusting and rotting. Half of them weren't spinning, and the ones that were going so slow. They were going, it's not too windy, but, you know, they're going like slow. The other ones were just dead. But they're all rusting and disgusting looking. And then, you know, the environmentalists say that it's also, very importantly, the most expensive form of energy there is. You cannot get more expensive. The wind, it sounds so wonderful. The wind is bullshit. I'll tell you, it's horrible. So expensive. It's just too expensive. It doesn't work. All of that to do, you know, 1/10 of 1%. I mean, the whole thing is crazy. You remember when I used to say, darling, I want to watch our president tonight on television. And the husband looks, I'm sorry, dear. The windmills aren't wind. There's no wind tonight. You can't watch, darling. We're not going to be watching tonight. Maybe we'll catch him another time. No, we have to be careful. We have to be smart. We're going to lose our country. These people are crazy. They're crazy. They're damn crazy. We're going to get out, we're going to vote. We'll get it cleaned up. But if we don't clean it up now, it's going to be too late. I really believe it. We don't clean it up now, it's going to be too late. She sponsored a bill to impose a 100% ban on gasoline-powered cars and trucks. You know that, right? 100%, there's none. Even though we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation. By far, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. Let's go electric. Let's do this. They want to go now hydrogen. They want a hydrogen car. You know what the problem is? When they blow up, you are unrecognizable. If this beautiful young woman is in the car, drive it, and the hydrogen car, if it blows up, you are unrecognizable. You with a nice Trump sign. Is that Trump? Stand up, darling. Let me say. Oh, I like her. I like her. I will not allow her to go into a hydrogen car. They don't blow up that often. They were saying, that, yeah, but they don't blow up that often. Oh, great. Thank you very much. And as we speak, Kamala is crushing Pennsylvania with a natural gas export ban. You know about that, right? Designed to choke the life out of your fossil fuel industry. Listen to Kamala in her own words very recently.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
I am committed to passing a Green New Deal and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all.
If they fail to act as President of the United States, I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. I am offering a Green New Deal that has been described as one of the most aggressive and progressive.
Well, he's going to bring the Green New Deal up for a vote.
Yeah, I will vote for it. It is a resolution. I believe that the underlying principles behind it are sound and important.
What is the solution for voters who have jobs and interests in the fossil fuel industry?
Giving the workers an ability to transition into the jobs of the future.
Can we afford it?
Of course we can afford it. It's not about a cost.
Kamala Harris pushed the far-left Green New Deal. That means huge new taxes, increased utility bills, and banning gas cars.
That's why I am committed to passing a Green New Deal and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all.
Kamala just don't give a frack.
Kamala's fracking ban would kill jobs and raise gas prices. Kamala doesn't give a frack about you. Only President Trump will bring back Trump's strong economy.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Thank you. So when I'm president of the United States, and we did one great job. We did great in 2016. We actually did much better in 2020, but we're going to be very careful. We're not going to let that happen again. On day one, I will tell Pennsylvania energy workers to frack, 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 and drill, 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 baby, drill. We're going to frack, frack, frack. We will have energy independence and energy dominance as we did just 4 short years ago. We were energy independent 4 years ago. Can you believe? Now we get our energy from Venezuela. What's that all about? From Venezuela. Isn't that wonderful? But if Kamala is reelected, your costs will go up and your lights will go out. That's what's going to happen. These stupid people. It's hard to believe. You know, you get angry because sometimes you get, and you want to be lighthearted, right? And we have a great audience that people that love the country, people that built the country. You built the country. And then you see these people, they want to destroy it. And by the end of your speech, you're furious. You know, you're furious because all the stuff that we're saying, it's true. They want to destroy the country. Remember, she will never, ever let you frack. You're not going to frack. If she won, you're not going to frack. She's been against it her whole life. She just did this for an election. Even now, Kamala's Green New Deal mandates are regulations that are impossible to enforce. As an example, forcing power plants to shut down all across the country. More than 50 plants have recently been closed. So she took office, and they are not going to be replaced. And you know, all you have to do with her is say, like, all the things. She's going to do this, she's going to do that. Why the hell didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it? All of a sudden, she likes walls. You know, I built over 500 miles of wall. It kept us. We had the greatest border in history. 4 years ago, we had the best border in our country's history, and that included human trafficking, mostly in women, by the way. That includes, so when women say, oh, I don't know if I like Trump, I was the one, that is the most heinous thing. Human trafficking, mostly in women. Gee, I wonder what that's all about, right? And then they say, oh, I don't know, Kamala's not going to protect anyone. They've allowed this country to be poisoned at our border. And you know, a lot of people say, and this is not part of the deal, but I like to go off teleprompter if you don't mind. I actually haven't, I don't think I've been on it yet. I haven't. They're waiting for me. At some point, I'll be on it. But you know, they're doing these things. Nobody can understand it. It doesn't make sense, like men playing in women's sports, like open borders where criminals are allowed in. And literally, by the time, I must be very good as a motivator, because by the time I finish my speeches, every time I'm angry as hell, because I can't believe what's happening to our country, what they're doing to our country. Last year, Pennsylvania's largest coal-fired power plant shut down in Homer City, throwing hundreds and hundreds of workers out, just devastating. They got nothing. A small little community of 1,800 people. Does anyone know where Homer is? Homer? Huh? Right? Stand up. Let me see you. Look at that. Are you are you the man? I remember. You know, that guy's become famous. Wow. Are you the guy, right? Behind me? Right behind me? You're the guy that was looking, you're looking. You know the guy? Oh, I love this guy. What's your first name? What's your name? This guy, he became like more famous than me because, you know, okay. Do we have time? Yes. The hell with these things. They're boring. Very boring. No, this guy, he was the guy. No, I'm looking at him in the audience. I see him. But when the shots were fired, typically crowd control people, everyone flees. Now, in all fairness to the people sitting here, we had a tremendous, tremendous crowd that horrible day, actually, horrible day. But we had a tremendous crowd. He was behind me with a group of people like, you know, 2-3 times the size of this. It was bleachers. But 99% of the audience was out there. But this guy was standing up. So they say that when a shot is fired in a stadium like a soccer game, everyone, they call them stampede. They stampede, they get out, and a lot of people get killed. They get crushed, they get stepped on. Nobody left there with the big crowd or there, but him. I mean, I don't want to say in particular because nobody left. Nobody left those stands. Normally, and there were a lot of shots being fired. There were 8 shots being fired right over me. But what happened is we look back, and it's such a famous thing now, and there's one guy that's standing. I didn't know you were going to be here, and I didn't know he was going to be here. They gave you a good seat. They should give you a good seat. So listen to this. Right? So this man, and he's back a few rows, and next to a woman who was very brave too. And he's standing, he's not only not leaving, he's standing up. And he's looking, he wants to find it, because he knows. He saw a lot of blood all of a sudden, and he knew what happened. And all he cared about is, I want to get that guy. But then our sniper took him out. And by the way, the local police too, they did a good job. The local police did a good job. But that guy, I said, there's a guy, David, I said, there's a guy I want in the foxhole, right? We want him in the foxhole with me if we're ever in a foxhole. Because he stood up, he didn't care about the bullets, he was standing, all he wanted to do is find that guy. He said, there's a guy over there. And you had some other people too. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you, Dan. I love people like that. I love people like that. He's like a movie star. You know, he's become a movie star, I'm telling you. We love him. The head of the plant at Homer City said that Kamala's EPA had imposed a, quote, excessive economic and operational burden. It wasn't possible to keep it open. It's being done on purpose. They're taking plants that are perfectly good, that are not polluting any more than anything else would, and they're closing them up, and they're forcing you to use energy that's 10 times and 20 times more expensive and doesn't even work. One local businesswoman said that her life had been turned upside down by what happened, and a local union leader called the closure, quote, absolutely devastating and totally unnecessary. And I hope whoever owns that plant can just keep it around for a few months, just keep going, because we're going to let that plant go for a long time, okay? So you got to tell them, Homer, you don't have long to go. I actually told the people in North Carolina who have been just devastated, I told them, I said, look, just hang in for a few months. You know, it's tough to say, hang in for a few months. But we take office on January 20th. I said, everything will be beautiful once I take office. Everything's going to... They spent all their funds. They have no funds to take care of. They have no funds. They have no workers. They have no nothing. FEMA, we had such a good FEMA. FEMA was great under Trump, that I can tell you. We had tremendous success. Under these demented and self-destructive Kamala Harris policies, Pennsylvania electricity prices are up 50% and are projected to rise by another 50% this year. So you're going to be up 100%. Does anybody mind? No, you're making a contribution to the environment, right? Except you won't have any money left, you won't have a house left, you won't have a country left, you won't have a commonwealth left. Even the grid operators themselves say that if the insanity continues, Kamala will crush the electrical grid of the United States of America. But we will not let her do it, will we? We're not going to let her do it. She's bad news. She doesn't even know where the hell she is. They ask her a question, she's like a vacuum. What? No, I don't want to be nice, you know. Somebody said, you should be nicer. Women won't like it. I said, I don't care. No, they say that. A guy came up to me today. He said, sir, you really should be nicer to her. The women won't like it. The women want safety, and the women want to have a country that they can be proud of, I think. Anyway, so today I make Pennsylvania this promise. I will stop the energy price hikes. I will stop the plant closures immediately, and we will restart the plants that Kamala has very cruelly closed. I mean, you know, they don't know. There are thousands of jobs involved, people that have worked there for 25 years or longer, and we're not going to let it happen. I will terminate the Green New scam immediately. I want the cleanest water. You know, I don't know if you know, in my 2 last years, we had the cleanest water we've ever had, we had the cleanest air we've ever had, and we had the most jobs and the most factories working that we've ever had. And the jobs they picked up were what called bounce-back jobs. They were bounce-back. They were the people that took off for the COVID, the gift, I call it the China virus because I want to be accurate, and they bounced back. I will end the destruction of our electrical grid. They are destroying our grid. It's already in bad shape, I'll tell you right now, but they are destroying. We'll make, isn't it amazing? We don't have any electricity, but they want to go all electric cars. Think of that. Now think, these are, I'm just thinking, we're talking about all electric, and I love electric cars. You know why? Because I think Elon is great. But you know what? I like them for what the market is. There's a market. I think they're great. I think it's incredible. But the long distances and they are more expensive to make, and a lot of them are going to be made in China. But you know the amazing thing about Elon Musk? He went to that rally. I think he had the greatest time he's ever had. Did you see him? He was jumping around. He was so happy. You know, he's always like, I envision him, he's sort of a reclusive kind of a guy. He's incredible. He's a total genius. We have to take care of our geniuses. But he comes up, and he's looking at this crowd. He's never seen anything like it. And he started doing, like, jumping jacks and stuff. No, he was just happy. I said, what's he doing back there? I was just giving him a quick introduction. He had a great time. And, you know, he got a black hat. I didn't even know we made black hats. And it said, Make America Great Again, but it was very low, you know, very sort of understated, but a black hat. He loves that hat, and he called it Dark MAGA, right? Who thinks of this? Dark MAGA. And I called him, I told him, thank you very much. We sold like 10,000 hats in the last 2 days. I didn't even know we made that hat. Now I find out it's like the hottest thing going, Dark MAGA. No, he's fantastic, and he's gonna do a lot. He's gonna be involved. He's great, and he's gonna be involved because we have so much fat in this country. We have so much waste and fat and fraud. But he's also, I will tell you, you know, there is the funny thing with Elon. He never, with all I talk about electric cars, and I'm totally for electric cars for the, you know, whatever the buyer wants to buy, that's good. But if you can't force them down people's throats, you can't do that. Like the mandate, we're not doing mandates. So you can't do that. So just so you understand, so he never wants, and he's a friend of mine. He's great. He endorsed me. He endorses me so much. We have to get him. Trump. We're gonna lose our country if Trump. You know, he's in Pennsylvania now campaigning, Elon Musk, because he feels so strongly. But you know the amazing thing, a big company is Tesla. It makes great cars. Great. I mean, it made really amazing cars. He never once said, could you ease up on the electric thing? You would think he would have said, hey, listen, do me a favor. I could take it out pretty easily, right? It's a sentence. It's a sentence in a speech. But he never asked me to, because I think he knows I'm right. He's going to do great, and there's people that like him. I like him, too, for certain applications. But he never think of it. And he's close to me. He never said, do me one favor, just sort of low-key. I would, if I were him, I'd be saying, hey, listen, Trump, do me a favor. Don't mention electric cars again. That you're going to do away. And we're not doing away. We're going to have whatever the market wants. We're going to have gasoline power. We're going to have hybrids. The hybrids are great. They're working good. We're going to have everything. We will make Pennsylvania an energy supplier to the entire world, and I will cut your energy prices in half, 50%, 50, within 12 months of taking office. Your prices will be cut in half. Now, she, on the other hand, if her mandate, look, number one, you won't have any energy because they can't produce enough. No matter what they did, they can't produce under what she wants to do. But even if they did, your prices are going to be double, triple, quadruple. You're not going to be able to afford them. We have, we have more liquid gold than any country in the world. It's going to be so quick and so easy to do. We have more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than any country in the world. And we're going to take advantage of it if that's okay. And it's pure, sweet, beautiful stuff. But for that to happen, the people of Pennsylvania have to tell Kamala Harris that we've had enough. We think you're a horrible person. We think you're a liar. And right? We think you're a liar. We think you're not a smart person. And we're tired of having stupid people run our country. And we're going to say, Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Get the hell out. Despite all of the devastation she's caused your Commonwealth, and, you know, she said yesterday she has no regrets. Did you see that? You'll see it in just about 2 seconds. Go ahead, put it on.
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
I think the other one asking the question is dumber than Kamala, so that's like, she's a dummy. I watched her over the years. That is one dumb woman. Sorry. I'm sorry, women. She's a dummy. The only one that agrees with that more than me are the women in the audience. So think of this, what she said. No, I can't think of anything. Did you see she froze? Did you see where her teleprompter went out? Her teleprompter went out, and she said it was 32 days or something before the election. So she said, 32, 32, 32, 32, 32. She was freaked out. Thank God that sucker went back on. That would have been, I don't know what she would have jumped off the stage. Now, when you do this stuff, you know, I would say probably about 15% of the time, the teleprompters, they go out. And either you, like, can you imagine it goes out for Joe Biden? He's no good with the teleprompter blazing, right? No, it's gone out with him a couple of, you know what he does? He stops, looks around, and he walks off, but he can never find the stair, so it's a problem. He's looking around for stairs. Has anyone seen a stairway? We have more stairs than these platforms. I don't know what the hell it is. It must be a fire problem. There's like 6 stairs, and do you ever notice he can never find his way off the platform? Secret Service does a great job in that respect. They come up, they get him, they walk him off. But he looks better, I'm telling you. As I said, he looks better now than I've ever seen him looking. He's angry. He's angry at her. There's going to be an explosion before the election with them. Those two are going to be, there's going to be an explosion. Did you see he held a news conference right in the middle of her one big event that she's had in about 2 weeks? He got up and held a news conference. He walked into the room. Nobody ever does that. He walked into the room and, this is a news conference. Oh. And then he just died after, but it didn't matter. Can you believe that our country is being run by these people? Can you believe it? So she said she had no regrets, everything great. She'd do the same thing as this guy, right? This really sad, pathetic guy. So after the surrender of our energy independence, the Afghanistan, horrible, most embarrassing moment in history. We lost 13 soldiers, great soldiers. We left billions and billions of dollars behind. We left Americans behind. You have Americans right now in Afghanistan, and they cannot be happy, right? They're probably, many are probably dead. The border invasion, right? The border invasion. How about the 13,099 illegal aliens convicted of murder? They're roaming free. That's okay. In other words, these are all things that are okay. These are all things that are okay. How about, to me, the worst of all, because it's not even imaginable, she's lost, during her 3.5 years, 325,000 migrant children. They're gone. Nobody knows where they are. Many are dead. I would say most are dead. We don't know. We probably won't find out. But many are dead. Most are dead. Many are in sex slavery. Many are in slavery, but there are many dead. 325,000 young kids. Think of it. You could fill up Yankee Stadium many, many times. Think of that. Many, many times. 325,000. They're gone. Nobody, the parents want them back. Nobody even talks about it. The fake news doesn't talk about it. It's this, in terms of humanity, this is bigger than anything you can even imagine, right? This is the biggest thing. And she thinks it's okay because she said, no, I don't think I'd change anything. All of this stuff would have stopped. The worst inflation in the history of our country, costing everybody a minimum of $29,000 per family, price hikes that cost a typical family. Think of that. No, she wouldn't change. $29,000. People don't have that money. The inflation has really destroyed the middle class. The elderly and people on fixed incomes are decimated. See, just think of it, our middle class. How about Ukraine? If I were president, there never would have been a war. You wouldn't even know what Ukraine is. There would have never been a war. Putin wouldn't have done it. Putin wouldn't have done it. And that was okay with her. You remember what she said? She said, no. She didn't know where the hell she was. She said, no, I'm fine. No, I wouldn't have done nothing. How about the October 7th attack on Israel? That would have never happened. How about the fact that the United States is a laughingstock all over the world, right? How about she failed on the witch hunts against her political opponent, me? The first time that they've ever done that. They do it in other countries, like in third world, banana republics. The witch hunts, I call it the witch hunts against Trump. The one in Florida was thrown out, and yet Biden's document case, they ruled on him. They said he's guilty, right? Oh, he had documents for 50 years. He should, and I had the Presidential Records Act. I was totally allowed to do it. Anyway, my case was won. He lost his case. What they said is that he's incompetent, essentially. They said he's got no memory and all sorts of other things, and therefore we shouldn't send him to court. They said he wasn't fit to stand trial, but he's allowed to be the President of the United States. Okay? No, think of that. Here's the ruling. He's not fit. He's got no memory, and he's in trouble. But he can run the presidency, but he cannot stand trial. They released him on the basis of that. The trillions of wasted dollars on the Green New scam, all that money is not only wasted, it set us way back, way back. And the worst hurricane response since Katrina. She doesn't want to have a do-over with what's happened to North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, all the states that we just mentioned. Kamala Harris could not think of one thing that she would do differently. And you know, it's strange, because when I saw that question, I said, oh, this is going to be a long answer, because she could have done it in a nice way. I wish I would have done this on the border. I wish we would have closed up the border. I wish we didn't have the horrific acts of violence against all of those children and all of the things. She could have really done. And I said, well, this will be a good answer. She didn't know what the hell to say. But think of it. It was a softball question. It was meant that she was, and she said, no, I would have done everything. So all of the agony, all of the suffering, all of the inflation and the border and the criminals coming into our country, she wouldn't have done anything different than this guy that should have really never been president, in my opinion, should have never been president. So she said that there would be nothing, and to me that is a disqualifying answer. That should disqualify her from even running. If that's going to be the case, she should be disqualified from even running. She's an incompetent person. She's grossly incompetent, she cannot be trusted, and she is totally ill-equipped to do the job of being President of the United States. Let me tell you, I know all of them. I know President Xi, I know Putin, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. Biden, he said, oh, that's a tough situation in North Korea. We had no problem. I got along with him very good. A little rough start, right? Remember? Little rocket man. Remember when he said, I have a red button on my desk? That was a very threatening sound. I have a red button on my desk. I said, I have a red button on mine too, but mine's much bigger and mine works. And then he called me and he asked for a meeting, and we had a meeting. First time anyone's ever met. I said to Barack Hussein Obama, has anyone ever heard of Barack Obama? Barack? Remember Rush Limbaugh? He used to go, Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. No. But he told me that the toughest thing when we sit before, it's a beautiful thing, actually. You know, the president sits with a new president coming in. He said the biggest problem we have by far is North Korea. We didn't have a problem with North Korea, believe me. You may have in the future if you have stupid people running our country, but we had no problem. I met with him. It was a big deal that I met with him a second time. We were on our way to doing something fine. But he's got, you know, he's got tremendous nuclear power. Somebody let him get there. Our country just went through 4 years of really a horror show, and we cannot have 4 more years. We just had a man who's grossly incompetent as our president, and now we have a woman who is actually, in my opinion, worse than him. I believe she's worse than him. And we can't allow it to happen. Now, I had this done because, you know, our military is great. I knocked out ISIS. They said it would take 4 to 5 years. I did it in about a month, right? And we knocked them out. General Raisin Cane, this is a tough guy. Our military is great. And then I go on woke. You could put them in a woke room and scream at them for 2.5 years. They'd walk out and they'd say, let me at them. You know, these are not woke people. But I had this little clip, and I thought you'd find it very interesting. It's the military of the past. Let's call it the Trump military, compared to the very woke military that we have now. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your real war face! Ah!
I hear it and I know I know you wanna take.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are puke. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to
abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Lets me know just who I am. Lets me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
So, it's a little exaggeration. Probably really not that much, actually. But what's happening to our country is we have to preserve our country. Pennsylvania cannot let this woman become the president of the United States. She's the taxing queen. She's going to raise your taxes, where you're going to be at least paying at least $3,000 a year more. Take a look.
Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax rate. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed. And also looking at estate taxes are going to have to go up. We will tax capital gains.
But we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
It's just a new way of looking at things, to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
I think that this reaction to unrealized gains is a little funny, given that I bet that the majority of people watching right now are already paying a tax on unrealized gains. It's called a property tax. When the value of your home goes up,
that's an old. It's a use tax.
When the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes, even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves, the way something else moves.
That's always the go-to answer.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, in that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes,
Taxes are going to have to go up.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Yeah, we're going to cut your taxes. I've been involved in politics, not that long on this side, but I've been involved. I've never seen anybody campaign on we're going to raise your taxes. That's what they're doing. The world is going crazy. It's just going. But David, we're going to cut taxes. Do you agree? David is going to win. You got to get him. You got to get him. I want him to come with me, please. He's great. He'll be one of the best. A real hero. Kamala will deliver a 1929-style depression, not recession. I will deliver lower taxes, lower regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, and the greatest economy in the history of the world, which we had 4 years ago. We had that. We were going up. Nobody's ever seen anything like what we had. I was shaking hands with people back. I said, how you doing? We did great 4 years ago, 5 years ago, my company. I made all my money, and now we're not doing good. Everybody said we're not doing well. The taxes are too high. The interest rates, we can't borrow money at 10%. They were at 2% with me. Now they're at 10%, but they're not really because you can't get money at 10%. So that means they're higher. 12. How about 13? How about 15? So it means it's much higher. It's not 10%. You can't get the money. Nobody can get the money at 10%. We will pass tax cuts for workers like you haven't seen before. And we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great, 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 great seniors. No tax. Take a look at this comparison chart. There's nothing like a chart. It's actually not my favorite chart. I have another one that's much more of a favorite, but that's okay. You see that? We went on every, look, it's ridiculous. The whole thing is, this. We shouldn't even have to campaign. This should be an automatic. To bring jobs back and factories back and wealth. All we want to do, we want to bring wealth back to Pennsylvania. We want to bring wealth back to our country. We will have a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. You know, I took it from 39% to 21%. Everyone said it couldn't be done. By the way, Steve Moore was a great guy. Do you know who Steve Moore is? Great economist. He wrote a book, The Trump Miracle. And the book is #1 book, just went out. You know whose book is also like #1? Melania. Melania. Her book is #1. Her book is #1. I got a call today. You know who called me? Bill O'Reilly, he called me. Bill O'Reilly. Do you know Bill O'Reilly? I like Bill O'Reilly. He's a good man. He's a good man. He went through it. But he's very good, and he's very good with books. He said, yeah, Melania replaced me as #1 on the list. I said, that's the way to go. But no, she did a great book. Yeah, go out and get that book. That's a good one. That's a good one. I think she treated me well. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about it, right? I would stay so far away. I said, do me a favor. I just wouldn't mention it, but now I do. Cutting the tax from 21% to 15%. So we got it down to 21%. And then I said, you know what? If we bring it, 21 makes us pretty competitive with the world. Just so you know, our companies are all trying to be stolen. And a lot of companies are lower than 21. So I want to bring it lower, and I wanted to originally. I got it down to 21. Everyone said that was impossible. Got it approved by Congress. But now I want to get down to 15, but only for those companies that make their product in America. Isn't that a good idea? You make your product in America. In other words, you're creating jobs. Think of that. Vivek, is that good? How about that? You know, I got calls from very smart people like Vivek, and they said, where the hell did you ever come up with that idea? How simple is it? your tax is going to go down from 21% all the way down to 15, which makes us just about the most competitive. I think there's very few. I mean, no great nation, no big nation. We get it all the way down, but you have to make your product here. And I got a call from Wall Street geniuses. Who the hell gave you that idea? That's a great idea. These guys, that's all they do is they think. Nobody ever thought about that. We're taking it down from 21 to 15. And then we have to do something very important. Those who don't make their product in America, and there are those that come in, like China and various others, they will be forced to pay stiff tariffs to, and remember this is a privilege. William McKinley, this is a privilege because it's the privilege of competing with our cherished companies. So we have companies, we have to protect them. And it's the privilege of stealing our jobs, our treasure, and our wealth. They're going to come in, and they're going to have products, and they're stealing from us because they're taking our jobs, they're taking our companies, they're taking our wealth, and that's fine because they have to compete too, but now they're going to have to pay for it. And they'll have to pay, and they'll pay hundreds of billions of dollars in pretty stiff tariffs, but what we're doing is we're preserving our companies, but we're doing something more important. They don't have to pay either because all they have to do is build their plant in the United States of America and hire many of the people in this room. It's very simple. Right? David, are you on board? He's on board. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If he said no, I don't know if I could have been so enthusiastic about you. No, it'll make us a rich country again. Right now we owe $35 trillion because of stupid stuff like this. And other countries, China in particular, they've done this for years and years and years. They built their country with money that we paid them. We're paying them $500 billion on average a year for years. They built their military with our money. So we want them to do well. I want them to do well. You know, I made a great deal with them. They have to buy $50 billion a year of product. I thought they said 15. My guys, I said, what's the number you want? 15. I said, 15. Oh, good. But I thought they said 50. So they came to me, and the deal was almost finished, and it said 15. I said, what do you mean 15? You said 50. They said, no, sir, we said 15. I said, you didn't say. Make it 50. Go back to them, say, we made a mistake. They went back, and China accepted it. They said, can you believe it? But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it. We have USMCA. We did the deals with Japan, with South Korea. We were screwed by everybody, friend and foe. In fact, the friends did a worse job on us than the enemies. The enemies were gentler to us than many of our friends on trade. But Japan, we redid that deal. We redid South Korea. We redid a lot of deals, and we were respected. You know, 5 years ago, we were a very respected country. And I don't want to say this too loudly because it could happen, but I don't fall down stairs. I don't fall on platforms. I don't fall off bicycles. I have a great memory. I can talk about hundreds of things at one time and always get back to that point that you were trying to make. I can do things that people can't do, but you know what? We have the biggest, this is the most important period in the history of our country because our country, this is a nation in decline. We are a nation in decline. We're a failing nation. We're a failing nation. And they have no clue what to do. She wants to raise everybody's taxes, and what they do, you know, today, they used to go to different states. If Pennsylvania was high, they go to another state. But now they go to different countries. Other countries want our business. They want our companies. And a lot of them have left. The pharmaceutical business left. A lot of industries have left. We're keeping them, and we're going to get all those people back. We're going to make it so they practically have to come back. So we'll take in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, and we're going to make our country so strong and so rich, it will never be so rich. You know, we used to be an all-tariff country in the 1890s, 1880s, 1890s, early 1900s, all tariffs. That was when our country was the richest it ever was. It was never rich like that. It was so rich that they had to set up a commission, the Great Tariff Commission of like 1887. It had one function, what to do with all the money. We had so much money, we didn't know what to do with it. And then in the 1900s, they brilliantly went to the income tax, where everybody gets taxed, and foreign companies could come in and just steal our treasure and our jobs, steal our wealth. And honestly, we've never really been the same. The country made so much money, and other countries lived. They were fine. But we're like taking care of the whole world, and it's time for the world to take care of us. Does that make sense? Time to take care of us. And we're going to pay off debt, or we're going to reduce taxes still further, because that's what it's all about. We gave you the tax cut, and it was the biggest tax cut in American history. We gave you that tax cut, and we did more business with, our revenues were greater with a much smaller number. You paid much less, and yet as a country, we did much more business. We had great years. My pro-American trade policies are one of the major reasons why I've been overwhelmingly endorsed by the rank and file membership of the Teamsters Union. They haven't endorsed. Including, 65%. I got a 65% number from the Teamsters of Pennsylvania. Is anybody here from the Teamsters? I mean, where are they? I love them. Where are you? I heard that. Oh, look at these guys. That's great. Thank you very much. That's great. That's great. Thank you. No, we got the firefighters endorse this. You probably heard they haven't. Oh. Wow. Look at that. That's a very good-looking group of human beings, I will say. That's a healthy-looking group. That's nice. That's nice. Wow. Thank you very much. Wow. I didn't know you'd be here. So the firefighters, I guess they haven't. Every year for, 60, 70, some crazy number of years, they always automatically do the Democrats. And the rank and file said, we're not doing that. And they voted overwhelmingly for me. And, you know, the union heads always have a problem with that. They always have a problem. And the same thing happened with the Teamsters. And that's happening also with the auto industry, because United Auto Workers you're not going to have any jobs unless they vote. And if they vote for me, we'll have more autos being made in this country than at any time since the heyday, which was about 60 years ago, because all it is a one-way street out of our country. We're going to rebuild the auto industry in our country. We're going to make it so good and so powerful and so great again. So firefighters, thank you very much. We love you guys. That's good. Teamsters, thank you very much. Great people. No, that's great. See, they don't go necessarily by the heads. Although I have to say the head of the Teamsters is a terrific guy, tough guy, good. He was fine with it. He was okay. He wants to go with, what the people want. Sean O'Brien, he's a great, great guy. And I don't know as well the firefighters, but as far as I'm concerned, he's a great guy. Has to be good. I like people that like me, don't we? I like people. If they like me, I like them. So we're pleased. Thank you, fellas, very much. It's great. Any fires lately? Have you put out any fires lately? Any big bad ones, huh? You guys have a lot of guts doing what you do, let me tell you. We're pleased to be joined today by your next Senator, Dave McCormick, and everybody is really, really impressed with Dave. I know him for a long time. Everything was the best. He was the best student. He went to the best schools. He went out in business, became one of the most successful guys, ran one of the biggest funds and very successfully. And I don't know, you sure you want to do this? I think I've talked a lot of people out of it. They see what I go through, I had more investigations than Al Capone. He killed a person a week. Alphonse Capone, the meanest Scarface, the meanest of them all. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone ever even dreamed about. Of course, he used to kill the investigators. I don't do that, you know. You want to come up for 1 second, David? Fast? Come on. Come on, David. Come on.
All right, well, thank you. Great to be in Scranton with the next President of the United States. President Trump, we're so honored to have you here, and we are committed in Pennsylvania to putting you back in the White House and changing the majority of the Senate and sending Bob Casey packing. So thank you for being here. And, you know, what happens in Pennsylvania is going to, or what happens for the country depends on what happens in the next 27 days. And as you know, Mr. President, I was a wrestler. Lots of wrestlers here in this part of Pennsylvania. And I wasn't the best wrestler, but I always knew in college, if I could get into the third period, within a point or two, I would win. Because the third period is not about wrestling. It's about mental toughness. It's about heart. It's about staying on offense. It's about fight, fight, fight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, David. Callista? Are you Callista? We have somebody else that I think is amazing. I had to compete with this guy. And I thought it was going to be easy, but it wasn't. He was nasty. He was quick. He's smart as hell. And he knew things that a lot of people didn't know and didn't understand. He did amazingly well because he started really as a rookie, right? And he got up and he wiped a lot of very smart politicians off the stage. And then one day he came up to me, he goes, you know, I don't think I'm going to beat you. I said, you're not going to beat me. You're not going to. But he's a great guy. I mean, he's really smart, and I hope he's going to be involved in our administration. I do hope that. Because we can put him in charge of one of these big monsters, and he'll do a better job than anybody you can think of. So, Vivek, please, thank you very much. Vivek is a great guy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. No, he's tough. Tough, and he's smart. Before I go to a couple of great and really warriors, I want to introduce, in a way, another warrior, Callista. Callista, will you please stand up? Callista? Oh. You can stand up anyway. No, I know, I'm only kidding. I know you are, and I know. Thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, darling. Appreciate it. You look great. Thank you. Congressional candidate Rob Bresnahan. Rob, thank you. How's that going, Rob? Good? Thank you very much. County Commissioner Chris Shermack and Mayor. Thank you very much, Chris. Good job you're doing. Mayor Carl Curran. Thank you. Where's Carl? Thank you. He's here. I shook his hand a little while ago. Oh, hello. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much, Mayor. I also want to send our love to everyone in Florida. They're going through a big one tonight. It's going to arrive tonight sometime around midnight, a little before midnight, and we're praying for them and asking God to keep them all safe. All those people, I've never seen a hurricane like that. I don't know. It's so often, you know, they talk about it and they talk because they want you to watch. This is the real deal. This is a bad one. And we have some great governors, great Republican governors that are in charge, and I think they'll do a phenomenal job. I think they're going to do a phenomenal job. But here are some facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders. Actually, rated even worse than Pocahontas. Has anyone heard of Pocahontas? She was an original creator of Defund the Police movement, and Anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. She was one of the originals. Defund the police. We want to defund the police. You saw when she went up to Minnesota and she was bailing people out that wanted to burn down everything. Remember? They said, oh, it's a friendly protest. This poor idiot from CNN, you stand, remember? He said, this is a friendly, then he got hit in the leg with like a rock or something, a hand grenade. He went down, remember, he went down. He went down! This is a friendly protest. Oh, this is very friendly. And behind him, the entire city of Minneapolis was burning. It was like, it looked like the Second World War. No, it was friendly. It's a terrible thing, but she wanted to bail out all those people that did that and caused death. She got a lot of them out. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She wants mass amnesty for all illegals. She wants mass amnesty for people that have literally looked to destroy our country. It's all will go to one thing. It's going to bankrupt your Medicare, bankrupt your Social Security. And we mention again, 325,000 migrant children dead or in slavery right now and just plain missing. She was the Attorney General of the state of California. She redefined child sex trafficking. These are words or phrases: assault with a deadly weapon and rape of an unconscious person. She said, from now on, they will be called nonviolent crimes and reduced sentences accordingly. She pledged to confiscate your guns. She's going to take away your guns. I didn't let anybody touch that. Not an easy issue. I didn't let any. Does anybody in the room, please raise your hand, have a gun? That's a tough job. No, she wants to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban of handgun ownership. What do you do when a bad guy comes into your house? What do you do? A bad guy walks in, and he's got whichever gun you have. If you don't have a gun, you're in big trouble, right? I mean, you need to have, that's what they have the Second Amendment for. You know, the city with the strongest gun legislation. You can't have a gun, you can't get near it, you go to jail forever. Is a place called Chicago, and that's got the worst problem, right? That's got the worst problem. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. All paid for by the taxpayer. In other words, if you're being detained and you want a sex change, you can get, by the way, aside from the obvious, not such a great idea, it's a very, very expensive operation. And perhaps most revealing of all, she lied all about so many different things, but she lied about that little thing called McDonald's. She never worked there. And yesterday, Tampon Tim said, you know why they call him that? Because they sell tampons with special legislation in boys' locker rooms. Can you believe it? He says he's a freak. I'm not allowed to say that. I'm not allowed to say that. By the way, can you imagine if this guy happened along, right? Can you even believe this? And yesterday, Tampon Tim said they want to abolish the Electoral College, taking away all electoral power basically from the voters of places like Pennsylvania. Tim and Comrade Kamala are really a true threat. They are a true threat to democracy. I'm not a threat to democracy. I'm the one that's going to save democracy. I'm the one that's going to save it. I'm going to save democracy. They are a threat to democracy, and they really are, too. Also, you know, a big thing that's a threat is incompetence is a threat to democracy. It really is. Because much of the stuff they do, I think, is incompetence. But she's surrounded by very smart, very vicious people that have to be, you know, that are very radical left lunatics, okay? But they are smart, in some cases genius. Look what they could do with elections. Look what they do. They're smart. And we have to be very careful. I talk about the enemy from within. They're the enemy from within. We have the enemy on the outside and the enemy from within. And the enemy, let's say you talk China, Russia, North Korea, you talk about different places. If you have a smart president, that's not going to be a problem. But the enemy from within is a very sick group of people, I can tell you, because I had to go through years of Russia, 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 and they knew it was fake. They knew it was fake. How about this? I have a son, Don, who's a great guy. He knew less about Russia. He knew less about Russia, David, than there's nobody in this room. Is there a child in the room? A child? Is there a young child? Huh? No, he's not that young, ma'am. He's about 70 years old. She's pointing to a guy that's like in his... Where is he? Okay, so you take a child. You take a child who's 5 years old. He knows more about Russia than my son. He knew nothing. And yet Adam Shifty Schiff came out of an intelligence hearing, and he said, Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail for what he did with Russia. And just understand, the whole thing was a made-up scam by him and Crooked Hillary and all these people. It was a scam. It turned out to be, and the writers at the New York Times got Pulitzer Prizes for their excellent journalism. No, but the thing turned out to be a scam. And then they admitted they were wrong. And we're suing the Pulitzer Foundation. We're saying, we're demanding that they retract the Pulitzer Prizes with damages. And we're doing very well in that case. But think of it. Think of it. He knows nothing about, and I call him, I say, are you okay? He said, yeah, Dad, I know nothing about what they're talking about. I have nothing to do with Russia, absolutely. Here's a sleazebag that goes out and says, my son is going to go to jail on a con job that he made up along with Hillary and some of the others. Now think of it. How bad do you have to be to do that? He knows it's a phony story. They got caught, and now they've all admitted it was a con. It was a hoax, as we said, a scam. And they tell me my son's going to go to jail, and they all know it's a hoax. These are sick people. These are bad people. And we got to beat them, and we got to beat them badly, and we got to get them the hell out of there. We're going to get them out. But with your vote this November, we're going to defeat these radical left lunatics, and we're going to finish the job that we so brilliantly started. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Think of it, what we had going. On day one, I will seal the border. I will stop the migrant invasion. And we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. And I don't want to do that. I have a heart. I have a bigger heart than most of the people in this room, let me tell you. But you have no choice. It's not sustainable. We have to get them out. And we start with the worst of the criminals. We start with the drug lords. We start with the worst of the criminals. The illegal migrants coming into our country are taking the jobs of American citizens, the black and Hispanic communities in particular. The black communities, the Hispanic communities, and the unions are coming next. You watch. They're going to go after the unions. They're doing it, and they're here, and they shouldn't be here. I will end inflation, and I will make America affordable again. I will fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare. There'll be no cuts. There'll be no cuts. And we won't be raising the age like they're going to end up doing. They'll be raising Social Security by 5 or 6 years. You watch. Very soon they're going to do it because it's not sustainable what they're doing. We will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. I will stop outsourcing and turn the U.S. into a manufacturing superpower. Working with Elon Musk, we will slash a record amount of government waste. I will end the war in Ukraine, stop the chaos in the Middle East, and prevent World War III. We will prevent World War III. I will crush the violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and the respect that they so dearly deserve. Our police are great. We're going to give them back their authority. It's been taken away. They destroy our police. They take away their house, their family, their car. They take away their pension. They want to do their job. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. I will support universal school choice. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools immediately. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, and restore free speech, and we will secure, finally, our elections. We will secure them. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda once and for all. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. We want to have it too big to rig. Early voting is underway. Get everyone you know and vote, vote, vote. Get out there and vote. After all we've been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help now until Election Day, this is such an important little period of time. We will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all love. We love our nation. As an example, I didn't need this. I could be in the most beautiful beach in the world right now. Instead, I'm in the Commonwealth, which is okay with me. I like this better. A lot of people are in the beach. No, this is much better and much more important. It has nothing to do with like. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you. Get out and vote. God bless you.
Summertime is finally here. That old ballpark man is back in gear out on 49. Man, I can see the lights. School's out and the night's rolling, man. Just like a long-lost friend you ain't seen in a while. You can't help but smile. And it's 2 bare feet on the dashboard, young love and an old Ford, cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo bottle on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime. Temperature says 93 down at the deposit and guarantee, but that swimming hole, it's nice and cold. Bikini bottoms underneath, but the boys' hearts still skip a beat when them girls shimmy off them old cutoffs. And it's 2 bare feet on the dashboard, young love and an old Ford, cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo bottle on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime. The more things change, the more they stay the same. It don't matter how old you are, man, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, baby, when you got 2 bare feet on the dashboard, young love and an old Ford, cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo bottle rolling on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime.
Take me to the pilot for control. Take me to the pilot of your soul. Take me to the pilot, lead me to the chamber. Take me to the pilot, I'm but a stranger. Take me to the pilot, lead me to the chamber. Take me to the pilot, I'm but a stranger. Na na na, 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 na na. Well, I know he's not old, and I'm told he's a virgin. Oh, he, maybe she, well, I'm told, and I'll never for certain. Through a glass higher throne is the one danger zone. Take me to the pilot for control. Take me to the pilot.
trying to put you in the worst mood. P1 cleaner than your church shoes. Really point two just to hurt you. All red lamb just to tease you. None of these toys on lease to. Made your whole year in a week too. Yeah, main bitch out of your league too. Side bitch out of your league too. You need a centerpiece. 20 racks of table come from ebony. Cut that ivory into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, like to any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Every day a nigga try to test me, yeah. Every day a nigga try to end me, yeah. Pull off in that roadster SV, yeah. Pockets overweight, getting hefty, yeah. Coming for the king, that's a far cry. I come alive in the fall time. The competition, I don't really listen. I'm in the blue moon, song, bumping new edition. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks of table come from ebony. Cut that ivory into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Let a nigga Brad Pitt, legend of the fall, took the year like a bandit. Bought mama a crib and a brand new wagon. Now she hit the grocery shop looking lavish. Star Trek roof in the Wraith the Con. Girls get loose when they hear the song. 100 on the dash, get me close to God. We don't pray for love, we just pray for cause. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks of table come from ebony. Cut that ivory into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see the shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will, once and for all, secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from Life Center Ministries, Pastor Edgar Castillon, to lead us in today's invocation.
Okay. Hello, Pennsylvania. Hi. Woo! This is a great day. Okay, we are going to pray, okay? Father, in the name of Jesus, today we come before your presence to place these great nations of the United States of America in your hands. This is a nation with great influence, with good and hardworking people. Father, we know this great country was established under your principles and practices based in your word. Today we pray that as a nation, that your kingdom descend upon us. Please, Father, establish your kingdom in every area in this nation. We pray for peace, joy, mercy, and love. We ask you to pour out your blessings on our families, our homes. We pray for every American family, especially in this time for Florida and Pennsylvania. Father, we pray, Father, that your love and power will lead us to forgiveness, reconciliation, healing, and unity. May the Lord bless the United States of America. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome retired Army veteran Lee Erb to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please remain standing. The flags are behind me. Right hand over your hearts, if you would, please. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome local singer Ryan Brown to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Lehigh Valley business owner, Joe Rufino.
How's Reading tonight? You ready for a good night, huh? So am I. My name's Joe Rufino. I own Biagio Pizzeria restaurant up in the Lehigh Valley, PA, Allentown, PA area. I also have Pizza Fellas podcast. I own that too. I go also known as Big Sexy on there. I was asked to come here to talk about the greatest man that I have ever had lead me as a citizen of this country, President Trump. I opened my restaurant in 2013 and had tremendous success. My family has had some wonderful fortunes. I'm a man that's married of 37 years. I have 3 wonderful children, 3 grandchildren, and 1 more on the way in December. I'm fortunate. But let me tell you, in 2016, when the greatest president I ever know, and will ever know until 2024, when my business was operating under him, the cost of electric, the cost of gas, the cost of the common products was fair and great. Business was successful, consumers had money, and the economy was the best I've ever saw in my entire lifetime. When you hear these liberals try to say they inherited the greatest economy ever, and he changed it for us, the American people, and the businesses here. Now move forward to 2020, and here comes Biden and Harris. And boy, did the wheels fall off the bus. Holy cow. I'll tell you, the cost of goods were moving at such a fast pace, we couldn't manage. Things as simple as film, foil, paper products were doubling and tripling at a rate. Something that was $12 went to $36. I laugh when I hear Kamala Harris say, the day I get elected, I'm gonna change it. Hello, ding dong. Are you not in office now? She had a chance with the tax on tips to help the middle class. She was the deciding vote and voted against it. Are you kidding me? With that being said, I'm gonna have to start closing it out. But I must say, we need President Trump in office, and this is the most important election in the history of this country. And I'll tell you this, thanks to God's divine hand, we have him here. And as he said in Butler, fight, 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 and make America great again. I love all of you. God bless America. And most of all, I love President Trump. He doesn't need this. He's doing it for us. Thank you, Joe Rufino, Big Sexy. Thank you, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump Force 47 Captain Anne Marie Slavic.
They could be the one. I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, word upon your lip, rather that you rip, break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes.
Good evening, all you beautiful patriots. I think Donald Trump would agree that we have the best looking people, the Republican Party, right? Woo! So I am a proud Pennsylvania resident, and I want to give a shout out to Luzerne County, and that is where I'm from originally. Red, Luzerne County turned red, yes. I'm honored to be here tonight. I'm so honored to be here tonight. I love talking to voters about Donald Trump. Trump joins the ranks of all of the great patriots in our country that made this country great, that sacrificed. He sacrificed his business life. He came and he wanted action. He came for action and he got it. We love this country and we need to preserve it, and that is his #1 goal. And our country holds a special place in the world. We are the world's light, and we need to keep that light lit. So we need to vote. Everybody voting? All right, good. Now we could vote early. We could vote on mail-in. The Republicans have spent a lot, invested a lot in the security of our ballots. So don't be afraid to vote early. It's okay. We have to remember something. On election day, we may have issues, we may have illnesses. What if we get home from work late? What if the line is too long? What if they run out of paper? We have to remember that we could do mail-in ballots. And we want everybody to go to the website, swampthevote.com/PA. If everybody can go there right now, you can get information on your county. You could call your county election office, and you could get those ballots. There are some counties in Pennsylvania where you could go right to the office and you vote right there in person. And that might be the best thing, but call your county office first. So let me just say, I'm an educated suburban female living in Northampton County. I'm the demographic that the Democrats want. I have an education. And they will say to me, aren't you supporting the woman? Not that woman. Not that woman. I am supporting Stacey Garrity, and she is our treasurer of Pennsylvania. Vote for her. She's the woman I want to vote for. So we have a lot of inflation, as you all know. You go to the grocery store, there's things you can't buy. You can't have much fun anymore. Vacations, items for your children, it doesn't matter, it's up to you. You have the choice. Why do they want to stop using gas and oil? You have to ask yourself that. You have to talk to your neighbors and your friends. You have to say, think about it. Why? What are they doing? Just start asking questions. Talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends. Tell them to get out to vote. Talk about security. One of the things I will say is the tax increases are coming if Harris gets elected. No doubt about that. They love taxes. And they think that increase in taxes increases productivity. They think it increases the revenue to the government. Who wants to work for taxes? No. No. We want to work for us. We want income for ourselves and our families. And we don't want to work for the government. So if Harris gets elected and she increases taxes, the Trump tax cuts are set to expire next year, and if she's the president, you can expect for an average family $2,400 increase in your budget per year. Can you afford that? No, no. So we say no to her high taxes, no to her inflation, and she needs to get sent packing out of Washington, D.C. And also, vote for Dave McCormick for the Senate. Bob Casey, it's time to retire. You are not your father. Don't forget to vote, everybody. Go to that website, and thank you very much. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump and his family, and God bless this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Berks County native and 2018 Republican nominee for Lieutenant Governor, Jeff Bartos.
Wow. Let me just take all this in. Good evening, Reading. Let's do that one more time. Good evening, Reading. Well, my name is Jeff Bartos, and I am a proud son and grandson of this amazing city and this amazing county. My great-grandparents fled chaos and oppression in Europe in the late 1800s and made their way to America. In 1918, at the age of 5, my grandmother Eva moved to Reading with her family, 5 siblings and her parents. Eva spent the next 98 years in Reading. Over her long and accomplished life, she watched Reading's rise to be a great industrial city, and she watched it struggle as failed politicians and stupid policies wreaked deindustrialization all across our land, including our great proud city here in Reading. Then, on June 16th of 2015, who remembers that day? That's the day Donald Trump launched his campaign for president, promising to give voice to the women and men, the forgotten women and men of America, and to make America great again. So my grandmother, Eva, supported Donald Trump from that day on. And on November 8th of 2016, at the ripe young age of 103 and a half, she proudly cast her ballot for Donald Trump. Now, sadly, she passed the next month, and she never got to live through the 4 years of the Trump presidency. She didn't get to live to see the Trump economy, which was the best in our lifetimes. She didn't see energy independence, thanks to fracking here in Pennsylvania. She didn't see secure borders, and she did not benefit from President Trump's peace through strength. My grandmother also loved Israel, and she would have been so proud of President Trump's accomplishments as the most effective and consequential president in U.S. history for the U.S.-Israel relationship. And while we thrived under President Trump, over the past almost 4 years under Kamala Harris's weak, failed, and dangerously liberal policies, Pennsylvania has experienced economic distress, runaway inflation, a war on our energy industry, a surge in violent crime, and as President Trump always says, the worst border in the history of the world. In Kamala Harris's America, 2 days ago, on October 7th, mobs of cowards hiding their faces behind masks marched through our cities and on our campuses in support of Hamas and Hezbollah. They burned the American flag. They burned the Israeli flag. And they sowed chaos and violence wherever they went. These cowardly mobs, and it's chilling for me to say this, these cowardly mobs are exactly the type of evil that my grandmother and her family fled almost 130 years ago. And make no mistake, Kamala Harris is courting the vote At a holy site in New York. He held a vigil with for the hostages and their families in Florida, and then he delivered a stirring and deeply moving speech about supporting our indispensable ally Israel and fighting the scourge of anti-Semitism. We miss President Trump, don't we? I know I do. I know my family does. So my friends, here we are, 27 days left. And I have some news for you. You already know this. The road to the White House, the road to a Senate majority, and the road to a broader majority in the House all run through Pennsylvania. No pressure here, guys. But seriously, no pressure, because we have history to guide us. This great nation that we call home and love so dearly was born here in Pennsylvania in 1776. Our nation was saved here in Pennsylvania in 1863 at Gettysburg. The steel that won the wars and secured the peace was forged here in Pennsylvania. On November 8th of 2016, Pennsylvania put Donald J. Trump over the mark he needed to be elected president. And in 27 days, Pennsylvania, we will make history again as we re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. God bless you, and may continue to God bless our Commonwealth and our great country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Berks County Commissioner Michael Riviera.
Sun coming up over New York City.
Good evening, Berks County. Buenas tardes, Condado de Berks. It is great to be here and see so many passionate individuals who care about the future of our great nation. Your presence here tonight is a testament to how much you care about the United States of America and the direction that we are headed in. As I travel around our beautiful county, I have had the opportunity to speak with many small business owners and hard-working families. A recurring theme around these conversations is how worried they are about our economy and the direction this country is headed in. Many folks have shared their anxieties with me, and some have even told me that although they have been lifelong Democrats, they will be voting for Donald Trump in this election. Vice President Harris often tells us that she advocates for working people and ethnic minorities. But we need to recognize that it was President Trump who created an environment of record employment and unprecedented economic growth that uplifted everyone. Under his leadership, we saw tangible improvements that made a difference in the lives of every American, just like you and me. Harris and Biden are harming working Americans with record-high groceries and housing and energy costs that are artificially high because Harris and Biden's efforts are to shut down natural gas and oil production in the United States. And let's talk about national security for a moment. Under President Trump, we experienced 4 years of relative stability on the world stage. and he introduced common sense measures for border security that respected the rule of law while ensuring the safety and security of our nation. In contrast, the Harris-Biden administration has brought chaos not only to our borders, but also to our international standing. The turmoil is evident. We need only to look at the headlines to see the consequences of their policies. Harris has a track record of failure and confusion. The Biden record is the Harris record, and we can simply not afford another 4 years of weakness and disorder. I think you can agree with me. We do not want to endure another 4 years of failed policies. And that is why I need you to help us re-elect President Trump. Sorry. Sorry about that, I'm reading my notes. That is why I need you to help us re-elect President Trump in November, along with Dave McCormick for Senate and the rest of the Republican down ballot in November. Your vote is your voice. Let's bring a win in November. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Kat Cammack.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping in the fight.
Ooh, I know not to make this room mad. Are y'all having a good time? I know you're ready. I know you're ready, folks. I'm Kat Cammack. I represent Florida, the Sunshine State. And I don't know about you, but in 26 days, we're gonna fire Kamala Harris. Now, for me, this election, it's personal. It is personal. As the wife to a firefighter SWAT medic, Kamala Harris has made our communities less safe and my husband's job more dangerous. Would you agree? And as a woman, I will not be lectured to by a person who can't even tell me what a woman is. Don't ever let those people who are forcing our daughters to compete against men tell you that they are ever for women. Now, under Kamala Harris and her dirty, corrupt regime, we have seen setback after setback. They destroyed our border, they destroyed our national security, and they crushed our economy, right? But if there's one thing that I know about a setback, it's a setup for an epic comeback. And who do we have coming back, baby? Trump, 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 Trump. Oh, Pennsylvania. Come on, I know you guys are the kings and queens of epic comebacks. You guys are gritty, you are scrappy, right? And I know we're gonna win because of you. If you wanna be broke and you wanna be less safe, vote for Kamala Harris. That's what I say. But if you want to be strong, if you want to be safe, if you want an equal opportunity, not an equal outcome country, vote for the man who did it once before, will do it again, Donald J. Trump. Let's go, Pennsylvania! God bless you, Pennsylvania. We're counting on you. 26 days. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Lloyd Smucker.
Are we excited to welcome President Trump to Reading, Pennsylvania? It is an incredible honor of mine to represent Lancaster and York counties in the U.S. Congress. Yeah, Lancaster and York. But I gotta tell you, it's been a long 4 years there without President Trump. But we're about to change that in 26 days. Now, I just want to make a few points. Number one, I love America. We are fortunate to live, every one of us, we're fortunate to live in the greatest country in the history of the world, in the history of mankind. We live in a country that when you work hard, you play by the rules, you work hard, you play by the rules, you can get ahead. You have a chance. It doesn't matter where you started. You can live your dreams in this country. Many of you know my story. I was born Amish. I was the first in my family to graduate from high school. I worked to pay for my own tuition and then built a business that employed hundreds of Pennsylvanians, hundreds of family-sustaining jobs in our communities. It's what we call the American dream. And by the way, every one of you has your own story. There are stories all across this arena just like that. It's what we're so proud of. It's the opportunity we want to pass on to our kids and our grandkids. That's what we're fighting for. But unfortunately, today, I talk to so many young families who feel that dream is unreachable for them. They're worried they can't afford to buy their first home. They can't grow their family because of Bidenomics, Kamala Harrisonomics. Parents can't afford to put food on their table. Grandparents are delaying their retirement. And what does Kamala say she would change about the last 4 years? She said nothing comes to mind. Can you believe that? Well, here's what comes to our mind, Kamala. Since Joe and Kamala took office, groceries are up 21%. Rent is up 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Here's a number for you. $958. You know what that is? That's how much more American families are paying today in 1 month. $958 more, about $12,000 per year after 4 years of Kamala's administration. How many of you can afford that, by the way? Let's see a show of hands. How many can afford $958 more per month? Not one hand went up, as you can imagine. We simply cannot afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. But folks, it's in our hands to change that. In just 26 days, we can change that. It's time we take our country back and we put American families first. And guess what? We're going to do it right here in Pennsylvania. So let's do it, folks. Let's run all the way through the tape. Let's put them over the top right here in Pennsylvania, and we're going to put Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman John Joyce.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, oh, the way that things have been. Oh, oh.
Berks County, it's great to be with you tonight. I'm truly honored to be back in Berks County. I'm John Joyce. I represent Gettysburg. I represent Altoona, Johnstown. I represent Chambersburg, South Central Pennsylvania. Years ago, as a medical student, I worked right here at Reading Hospital. I was a student at, Reading Hospital was in the house. That's awesome. Across Pennsylvania, from Pennsylvania 13 right here to Berks County, we are ready to win. I am proud of my district because President Trump won the district that I proudly represent by more than 70%. And Gettysburg, where a battle was fought for the soul of our nation, today, we are fighting a new battle against drugs like fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, that takes thousands of lives of our neighbors, our friends, our children. Under Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border, and we fought against bringing these drugs into our country. What have we seen for the last 4 years? Kamala Harris, the border czar, has swung open the gates to allow drugs to continue to pour into our country. Who can stop that? Who can stop that? Donald J. Trump can and will stop that. It's time to return to the leadership of Donald J. Trump, who can help to heal our nation once again. As a doctor, I congratulated President Trump, who brought patients the right to try and restored hopes to families who were struggling. President Trump worked tirelessly to lower the cost of medications for seniors by taking an executive action to bring competition into the healthcare market. President Trump fought for our veterans to cut the red tape at the VA so that veterans could see their doctors and receive the care and the treatment that they earned and that we have a responsibility to see that they get. I'm going to ask each and every veteran who's here tonight to stand so we can thank you. Thank you for your service. USA, 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 USA.
You don't need a country doctor to tell you that after 4 disastrous years of Biden and Kamala Harris, we need President Trump back in the White House. We need Dave McCormick fighting with the members of Congress in the U.S. Senate. This is the time. We all recognize that. We've all heard that. This is a time that we can see America return to the great country, the country that we had just 4 years ago under Donald J. Trump. We recognize how important this is. We recognize we need to have the courage to make America healthy again. And we need to make America great again. Thank you all very much. Great to be in Berks County. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dan Muser.
Brick, how are you? Hey, before I start, let's make sure we vote for Eric Weeknet here in Berks County. What do you guys think? Been a great sheriff. So, Reading, President Trump is on his way. Let's hear it real loud. Are you going to support and vote for Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America? Woo! Who here was at Butler on Saturday? Who watched it? It was incredible. President Trump returned, as he said he would, to where an assassin attempted to end him and to end MAGA. But they don't know MAGA, and they sure don't know President Trump's courage, fortitude, as he put in such an iconic way his willingness to fight, fight, fight. President Trump proclaimed on July 13th, after he got shot, that he'd go back to Butler, to that farm show site. He did, promises kept. When a leader gets knocked down, boy, he gets back up. That's what we do in America. Last Saturday was an amazing tribute to also another great American, Corey Comparator. He gave his life in support of saving America and protecting his family. It was also, folks, a tribute to Donald J. Trump for God's blessing to keep him alive, to allow him to survive. There was a small crowd there, somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 patriots, rallying to make America great again. Butler again was the example of the U.S. getting knocked down and getting back up. And we all know this, President Trump's gonna lead the way. It's up to us though, Pennsylvania, November 5th. This election should not even be close. A vote for Comrade Kamala and Tampon Tim, or is it Tenement Square Tim? I don't know. Is a vote for open borders, banning fracking, excessive spending, taxing and regulating small businesses out of business, sending manufacturers overseas, conflicts, wars, chaos around the world, boys playing in girls' sports, genital operations for murderers on death row, funded by taxpayers, you, and a ridiculous sympathy for criminals over victims. Outside of that, she's wonderful. She leaves behind a broken economy, broken border, and a broken world. We're gonna be firing her on November 5th. Comrade Kamala has been the vice president for over 4 years, but she wants everybody to forget that. She was put in charge of border security, and she pretends she wasn't. And she said she worked at McDonald's, but she never did. Well, we do know this. Kamala and Waltz cannot tell the fracking truth. Thanks, Brick, you like that one? Everything they touch goes bad. The border, the economy, stability around the world. Look at their handling of the storm, of Helena.
no readiness, no anticipatory preparedness, slow response, lots of blame and excuses as we tend to hear from them, and meanwhile, the mainstream media saying we are lying because we are questioning and criticizing the response. Somehow criticism is lying? We're not supposed to ask questions? Absolutely Orwellian, ridiculous, and very biased. They've only been fact-checking Republicans, by the way. Fortunately, Americans see through this, and we will not be conned. This Harris-Waltz media partnership is an attempt at the biggest con in history, and we won't let it stand. We in Pennsylvania know that a vote for President Trump is a vote for border security, energy dominance, an end to inflation, pro-growth initiatives, for farmers, for businesses, not allowing boys to play in girls' sports, ending crazy and wasteful spending, law and order, peace through strength, and the strongest military in the world. You know what, folks? Let's ask our veterans to stand. Will our veterans of our military please stand and let us honor you? Let us say thank you for our freedoms, for America. USA, USA, thank you for your service. We're gonna win Pennsylvania. We have the registration numbers, we have the volunteers, we have the candidates. We got a lot going for us. As you know, I'm running in the Pennsylvania's 9th Congressional, so I'd appreciate your vote. And remember this, what it all comes down to is what Elon Musk said last Saturday. Vote, 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 fight, fight, fight. We need to make it too big to rig. Let's keep the American dream alive, make America great again forever. Join Trump Force 47 and play the largest role you can in saving the United States of America for yourselves, for your children, for our prosperity. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Let's go.
I've been down, counted out, smiling through the taste of blood in my own mouth. I got bruises and broken bones, but they don't know I ain't in this ring alone. I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm a running hider. I was born to be a do-or-dyer, a make-it-righter. Don't throw that towel just yet. Don't cash in that last bet, 'cause I hit harder when I'm tired. I'm a fighter. I get back up, that's what I do. I didn't soldier on this far just to lose. So take your shot, is that all you got? I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm a running hider. I was born to be a do-or-dyer, a make-it-righter. Don't throw that towel just yet. Don't cash in that last bet, 'cause I hit harder when I'm tired. Yeah, I'm a fighter. Oh. No one can keep me down. They didn't know, but they know now. I'm a fighter. No one could say that I'm a running hider. Don't cash in that last bet. Don't throw that towel just yet. I'm a fighter.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
I got that real good, feel good stuff up under the seat of my big black jacked up truck, rolling on 35s, pretty girl by my side. You got that suntan skirt and boots, waiting on you to look my way and scoop your little hot self over here. Girl, hand me another beer, yeah. All them other boys wanna wind you up and take you downtown, but you look like the kind that likes to take it way out where the cornrows grow. Roll my boat, floating down the Flint River, catch us up a little catfish dinner. Gonna sound like a winner when I lay you down and love you right. Yeah, that's my kind of night. Might sit down on my diamond plate tailgate, put in my country ride, hip-hop mixtape. Little Conway, little T-Pain, might just make it rain. You can hang your T-shirt on a limb, hit that bank and we can ease on in. Soak us up a little moonlight, you know I know what you like, yeah. All them other boys wanna wind you up and take you downtown, but you look like the kind that likes to take it way out where the cornrows grow. Roll my boat, floating down the Flint River, catch us up a little catfish dinner. Gonna sound like a winner when I lay you down and love you right. Yeah, that's my kind of night. Yeah, that's my kind of night. My kind of, your kind is this kind of night. We dance in the dark and your lips land on mine. Oh, gonna get our love on. Oh, time to get our buzz on. All them other boys wanna wind you up and take you downtown, but you look like the kind that likes to take it way out where the cornrows grow. Roll my boat, floating down the Flint River, catch Get yourself a little catfish dinner. Don't it sound like a winner when I lay you down and love you right? Yeah, that's my kind of night. Yeah, that's my kind of night. That's my kind of night. Yeah, that's my kind of night. Come on.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's get off.
I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, spaced out, and losing all control.
Fill up my cup. Mazel tov. Look at her dancing. Just take it off. Let's paint the town. We'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof.
And then we'll do it again.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. 'Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. I feel tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up.
Let's live it up.
I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it.
Smash it.
Like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's get off. Fill up my cup.
Drink.
Mazel tov. Look at her dancing.
Move it, move
Just
it.
take it off. Let's paint the town. Paint the town. We'll shut it down. Shut it down. Let's burn the roof.
And then we'll do it again.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Here we come. Here we go. We gotta rock. Easy come. Easy go. Now we on top. Feel the shot. Body rock. Rock it. Don't stop. Round and round. Up and down. Around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Saturday to Sunday. Get with us. You know what we say. Party every day. Party every day. And I'm feeling
And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it and my folks locked down. I never went nowhere, but they saying Luda's back. Blame it on that contour, the hood call it Luda Yak. And I'm on this foolish track, so I spit my foolish flow. My hands go up and down, like strippers' booties go. My verses still be serving, tight like a million virgins. Last time on a college remix, now I'm on the original version. Can't never count me out, y'all better count me in. Got 20 bank accounts, accountants count me in. Make millions every year, the South's champion. Cause all I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Swerving in my low, head on the swivel, you know serving me's a no-no. Clean as a whistle as I pull out in my Rolls Royce. Yellow bone passenger, they see it, they say, oh boy. Tell Kelly, back it up, my call me loco. Down for armed trafficking, don't make me pull up. Ask you what you laughing at, represent that mud life. Dirty money, better get your mud right. We come together holding hands and holler hood life. We all strapping all black, it's like, all we do is win. You riding or what? Cause we riding tonight. Now you riding with me cause you wasn't riding.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Heat in the kitchen, pot on the stove, water getting boiled. Being sold, Snoopy in the hookie, system overload. I've been running this rap game since I was 20 years old. I hung with the worst of them, bust till I burst them up, floss them up, toss them up, harder way, close them up. Pardon me, I'm bossing up, pressure up, bless you, bro, don't mess with us. We like the U in the 80s, back to back, set a track, hit the lick, get it back, get the trick, jump the track. Want my money back, time and time again, while I'm sipping on this gin. Al Davis said it best, just win, baby, win.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
1989, my thoughts were short, my hair was long. Caught somewhere between a boy and man. She was 17 and she was far from in between. It was summertime in northern Michigan. Splashing through the sandbar, talking by the campfire. It's the simple things in life, like when and where. We didn't have no internet, but man, I never will forget the way the moonlight shined upon her hair. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Catching walleye from the dock, watching the waves roll off the rocks. She'll forever hold a spot inside my soul. We'd blister in the sun, we couldn't wait for night to come to hit that sand and play some rock and roll. While we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Now nothing seems as strange as when the leaves begin to change. Oh, how we thought those days would never end. Sometimes I hear that song and I'll start to sing along and think, man, I'd love to see that girl again. Man, I'd like to see that girl again. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. We were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. 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 Singing about Sweet Home Alabama, yeah.
Tumble out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Out on the streets, the traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job from 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living, barely getting by. It's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5 for service and devotion. You would think that I would deserve a fair promotion. Want to move ahead, but the boss won't seem to let me. I swear sometimes that man is out to get me. They let you dream just to watch him shatter. You're just a step on the boss man's ladder, but you got dreams he'll never take away. In the same boat with a lot of your friends, waiting for the day your ship will come in and the tide's gonna turn and it's all gonna roll your way. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living, barely getting by. It's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and you never get the credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5, yeah, they got you where they want you. There's a better life, and you think about it, don't you? It's a rich man's game, no matter what
turn me inside out and round. Instinctively, you give to me the love that I need. I cherish the moments with you. Respectfully, I say to thee, I'm aware that you're cheating when no one makes me feel like you do. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round. I know you got charm and appeal. You always play the field. I'm crazy to think you're all mine.
to the U.S. We rockin' this contagious, monkey business outrageous. Just confess your girl admits that we the shit. F-R-E-S-H, we fresh. G-E-F, that's right, we different. We definite, B-E-P, we reppin' it. So, turn me up, turn me up, turn me up. Come on, baby, just pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Pump it. Yo, yo. Turn up your radio, blast your stereo right now. This joint is sizzling.
And I've set up and tore down this stage with my own two hands. We've traveled this land, packed tight in minivans. And all this for the fans, girls, money, and fame. I played their game and had to scream my name. I will show no shame. I live and die for this. And if I come off soft, then chew on this.
Are you scared?
Devil without a cause, and I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, 30-pack of hoes. No Rogaine in the propane flows. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. I jabbed and stabbed and knocked critics back. And I did not stutter when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. And still they're ill and wanna see us ride. I guess because only God knows why. Why? They call me cowboy, I'm a singer in black. So throw a finger in the air, let me see where you're at. Say, hey, hey. Let me hear where you're at. Say, hey, hey. I'm giving it back, so say, hey, hey. Show me some metal and say, hey, 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 hey. Yeah. Fuck all y'all. I like AC/DC and ZZ Top. We'll see this beasties in the Kings of Rock. Skinner, Seeger, Limp, Corn, the Stones. David Allen Coe with No Show Jones. Yeah! Pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit. Soul from Motown. The underground stone. Fucking pimp. With tracks that Mac and slap back the whack. Never gain away. I don't play with ass. But watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the class. Boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 flash. They call me cowboy, I'm a singer in black. So throw a finger in the air, let me see where you're at. Say, hey, hey. Let me hear where you're at. Say, hey, hey. I'm giving it back, so say, hey, hey. Show me some metal and say, hey, 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 hey.
Yeah, I saw your band jumping around on stage like a bunch of wounded ducks. When you gonna learn, sucker? You just can't fuck with.
American badass, watch me kick. You can roll with rock or you can suck my dick. I'm a porno flick, I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm gonna fuck some hoes after I rock this place. Super fly
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Attorney Alina Haba.
Hello, Reading, Pennsylvania. Is everybody ready to turn Pennsylvania red? It most certainly looks red to me right now. What a good group, you guys. We have seen the beautiful Kamala Harris for 1,400 days in the White House. And the woman cannot articulate for us what her policies are. And that's because she doesn't have any. No, I should take that back. She's now adopting my favorite president's policies. She is anti-fracking. She has not done well for our economy. She has opened our borders. She is soft on crime, and her cohort wants to put tampons in boys' bathrooms. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am a MAGA woman with babies, and that ain't happening. So where I come from, when you fail at your job for 1,400 days, you don't get another 1,460 days. And if you ever have any doubts about her position on her performance, her review on The View yesterday, she said she wouldn't change a damn thing. Yeah. Well, thank you for saying so, Kamala. But the American people decide who gets promoted. And you are not getting promoted. You are fired. Let's win. God bless you all. Let's get Trump in. Make sure you vote. MAGA, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage candidate for United States Senate, Dave McCormick.
Good to see you. Hey, who's ready to retire Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and send Donald Trump back to the White House? And who is ready to fire that guy Bob Casey and send Chuck Schumer packing? Man, we gotta do it because this country's in trouble. Right? You know it, you know it. You have sky-high prices that are killing working families because of the problems or the policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Bob Casey, who votes 98% of the time. You got a wide open border. Murders coming across. Fentanyl killing 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year. You got a war on fossil fuels. That's absolute madness because we're blessed in this great Commonwealth with the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world. And you got crime that's leaving our cities, going into the suburbs, sky-high murders, driven by fentanyl, driven by illegal immigration. We've got to get things turned around. And so this is is the most important election of our lifetimes. It is a choice. It's a choice between strength, the strength of Donald Trump, and the weakness of Biden and Harris. It's a choice between common sense policies. It's common sense to get our economy back on track. It's common sense to secure our border. It's common sense to open up our energy. It's common sense to bring law and order. It's common sense to have peace through strength. It's common sense not to let biological men compete with women in our schools. And that's against a radical liberal agenda that's destroying our economy, destroying our borders, making us less safe. This is the most important election of our lifetime. And my race for the Senate is absolutely critical for Pennsylvania's future because we got to get rid of Bob Casey. He's a 30-year career politician. He's weak when we need strength, and he is a radical liberal that tries to be a moderate. We need to send him home. Send him home. We got to send him home. Now, the last thing I'm going to say is we got to win Pennsylvania because where Pennsylvania goes, the country goes, right? The country goes where Pennsylvania goes. And Pennsylvania's a wrestling state, right? Pennsylvania's a wrestling state. And my friends, we're going into the third period right now. And I always knew in college when I was wrestling that if I could go into the third period within a point or two, I was gonna win. And the reason I'm gonna win, and the reason we're gonna win, is the third period's not about wrestling. It's about mental toughness. It's about heart. It's about staying on offense. It's about saving our country and making Pennsylvania great again. God bless you and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Vivek Ramaswamy.
Let me tell you, we're not running against Kamala Harris. We're not running against Joe Biden. We are running against a machine, and we need a commander-in-chief who will finally get in there and dismantle that machine. And that commander-in-chief is your next president, the 47th president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to grow the economy, vote Trump. If you want to stay out of World War III, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. It is a 1776 moment in this country, my friends. We need our George Washington to cross the Delaware. When George Washington did it, they shot bullets at him back then too. Donald Trump is the George Washington of our moment. And it's going to require every one of us to win the revolution this year at home. We are a nation in decline, but we don't have to be. Decline is a choice. We don't have to be at the end of ancient Rome. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are still yet ahead of us. So we will look our kids in the eye and mean it when we tell them that no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, that you get ahead in the United States of America with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication. and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. And that is what Donald Trump will revive as your next president. Thank you, Pennsylvania. God bless you and your families. And may God bless our United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senior Advisor to President Trump, Stephen Miller.
Hello, Pennsylvania! Hello, Reading! In 27 days, you can end the fraud, the corruption, the betrayal, the destruction of our country by ending the Biden-Harris administration and electing a true patriot, Donald J. Trump. Just think about what this man has endured to fight for each and every one of you. The lawfare, the persecution, the hoaxes, the attacks on himself, the attacks on his family. But did Donald Trump back down? Did Donald Trump waver? No. Did Donald Trump, God forbid, did he surrender? No, he fought. He fought with everything he had. He stared down one assassin. He stared down two assassins. He stared down hostile foreign governments. Donald Trump. Trump. He stared down everything, the corrupt Democrat machine, everything, his corrupt enemies, everything the forces trying to destroy this country could throw at him. And he kept on fighting for you, for your wives, your husbands, your children, the people you love. And why? Because he believes that you're entitled to a secure border, a sovereign country, a country without crime, a country without chaos, a country without corruption, a country where FEMA prioritizes American citizens, not illegal aliens. A country that puts our children first, a country that puts our loved ones first, not foreign migrants and refugees and illegal aliens and trespassers and criminals, and a country that does not let illegal aliens hurt and murder and kill our people. And when he is elected, guess what? The criminal migrants are going home. He will send them back. So all I'm asking you to do, Pennsylvania, all I'm asking you to do is to stand with the man who has stood with you. Deliver Donald Trump back to the White House. Vote early, get your friends, get your colleagues, get everyone you know. Send in those ballots, because if Pennsylvania goes for Trump, Trump will be the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you.
When I first came into office, I cut taxes more than any other president. We have created 7 million new jobs, and it led to a growth like we've never seen before. We developed the greatest economy in history by far. When I left office, it changed. Inflation destroyed the lives of so many people. Interest rates went from 2% to 10%. Millions of illegal immigrants, traffickers, and drugs coming into our country. Our country has gone to hell. So I made a decision to run. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. I will fight for you with every breath, and I will never let you down.
I'm gonna fight like a G, they all gon' see, and if I die, I'm gonna die free.
President Trump is literally putting his life on the line, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
He is strong, he is fearless, and he is what this country needs right now.
Our cities will be safe, our streets will be clean, and our border will be secure.
We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future.
The left told me to hate Trump. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
So if you love this country, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, a very, very big hello, Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. And it's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. You are indeed. You are hardworking, proud. You love the country. We're going to save our country. We are going to save it from these lunatics. Before we begin, I want to send our prayers to the people of Florida getting hit just about now. In a little while, you're going to see a hurricane like we haven't seen in a long time, as well as all of the people still recovering from Hurricane Helene. So we have North Carolina has been hit very hard, and this administration has not done a proper job at all. Terrible, terrible. Nobody's seen anything like it. But we just pray for everybody. We want them all to be good, and we're going to be there hopefully soon, and we're going to help them rebuild and get it all back together. And we hope that God will keep them safe. God will keep them safe. Just 27 days from now, we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we are going to make America great again. And when we beat, well, you know this, when we win, it will be, I believe, the greatest political victory in American history. I believe that. It will be the greatest. We had an incredible evening on Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. We love Butler. Butler's become a very famous place, celebrating the brave firefighter and fire chief, We Love Corey, right? Who sacrificed his life in the attack 12 weeks ago. Just take a look at all of the incredible patriots. You have to see this to believe it. Over 100,000 people. Take a look at this. Thank you. Who is that man up there? I don't recognize him. Who is that? From the very beginning of this journey, I've been on a mission to rescue our nation from a failed and corrupt political establishment and to give you back the country you believe in, the country you were born in, and the country you deserve. You're going to get it back. We're all getting it back. In that mission, I will never quit, I will never bend, I will never break, and I will never, not ever, under any circumstances, even in the face of death, we will never give up. Never going to give up. We're going to turn it around. We're going to have the 4 greatest years we've ever had. I'm putting everything on the line to fight for you. I didn't have to be here. I could be in a beautiful beach. I could be in a gorgeous beach somewhere in the world. There's sun beaming down on this beautiful body in a bathing suit. The sun would be beaming down, the waves would be crashing into my face. Instead, I'm here with you in Pennsylvania, and I'd rather be doing that. And all I want is one thing. Because we're going to do this, you have to go out and vote. That's all I want. You don't even have to give us any money. That's a pretty good deal, right? Just vote. Vote for all of us. You're not voting for me, you're voting for all of us. We're going to save our country. It's being run by incompetent people that have no idea what the hell they're doing. Early voting is underway now, so when the polls open tomorrow, don't wait. Go immediately. Go as soon as you can. If you want, you go. Some people want to wait. They want to wait till that beautiful Tuesday, that day that's going to be the most important day in the history of our country, I believe. You know, I really believe that. I think we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're leading in all the polls. I shouldn't tell you that. I shouldn't tell you. I should say we're down one. We're down one. Get at it. No, we're doing well in Pennsylvania. We're doing well in Michigan. We're doing well in Arizona, Nevada. We're doing well everywhere. We're doing well in places that a Republican hasn't won in years. We're doing well everywhere because people are looking at the people that are destroying our country and they say, we're not going to take it anymore. If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's over. Right? The whole thing. But really, nobody makes the case against lying Kamala Harris better than Kamala herself. Take a look.
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
So think of that. So I heard that question when it was given, because I had to watch, because, you know, she doesn't do any interviews. She doesn't do any press conferences. She doesn't do them for one reason. She's not smart. She's not smart. Not smart. No, she doesn't do them. They're trying to shield. Last time they kept a man in the basement, and they had an excuse. They had a thing called COVID around. And we did great last year, I want to tell you. We did great in 2020. We did great in 2016, but we got millions more votes in 2020. Think about that one. So we have to make this too big to rig, right? Too big to rig. So Kamala just said that she can't think of one thing she'd do differently than crooked Joe Biden, right? So how about, I'll read off a little list to you. How about the following? She wouldn't do one thing. Remember that. What about the nation-wrecking border invasion, 21 million people? 21 million people plus came into our nation, and among them are murderers, drug dealers, people from mental institutions, human traffickers, mostly in women. How about that? She wouldn't do that differently? She went from the best border in the world to the worst border in the world. She went from, we had a border that was the best in U.S. history, and now we have the worst border anywhere in the world at any time. There's never been a border like this. What she's done and what he's done, what they have done to this country, the worst inflation in the history, costing a typical family almost $30,000. The inflation, she wouldn't do that over again either. Maybe the worst of all, and something that a lot of people don't hear about because look at all the fake news. That's a lot of fake news. I think this is the worst of all in a sense, and you'd almost say, how could it be worse? She lost 325,000 migrant children. Their parents are looking for them. Think of you with their parents. Think of you with their parents. 325, due to incompetence, due to the fact that she had the worst border, due to the fact that she let our great people not run the border. She got rid of all the things that we were doing. We had the safest border. We went from the safest to the worst. Those children are now dead, in slavery, or just plain missing. Probably most of them will never be found again. Think of that. 325,000 because of their incompetence. They're missing. Probably many of them are dead. Number 4, migrant flights, flying illegal migrants into our cities. Remember when she said, no, we want to, about a month ago, she realized this was not playing well for her in the polls. So they came up with a phony little idea that they'll do something. The only thing they didn't do, though, they didn't stop the flights that were pouring in with thousands and thousands, and actually over the course of a couple of years, hundreds of thousands of people flying over our borders. They didn't stop that. So they came from places all over the world into your cities and small towns, changing them forever, and I have to say, ruining them, ruining your cities and towns, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, people from mental institutions and insane asylums, human traffickers and women. How about number 5, the Afghanistan catastrophe, the most embarrassing event in the history of our country? She wouldn't do that again. You have to understand. She said, no, I'd leave it the way it is. We're just going over just a small list. That was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Probably Putin went into Ukraine because of it. He looked and he saw the gross incompetence of this president that can't speak. The October 7th attack on Israel would never have happened, but she said that was fine too because she didn't want to change. She actually said she didn't want to change anything. She'd leave it the way it is. So I said, let's make a list of just some of the bad things. This is just a small list. October 7th, where you take a look at what happened. She doesn't want to change that. The slaughter of a lot of people. The Ukraine disaster, millions of dead people because of the weakness of this administration. Putin never would have gone into Ukraine if I were president. It would never, ever have happened. How about the natural gas export ban that is crushing Pennsylvania right now? Most of you don't even know about that. You know, you hear fracking and all, but she will, but if she ever won this thing, you wouldn't be fracking for 24 hours. But how about that? And it's crushing Pennsylvania, hurting you. It's going on. It's on right now. Pushing, how about this? Pushing transgender ideology on minor children. How about that one? Your child goes to school and they take your child. It was a he and comes back a she. And they do this. And they do it. And often without parental consent. Can you even believe we're saying this? How about men playing in women's sports? How about that? She wouldn't change. How about the insane electric vehicle mandate where everybody's got to have an electric car almost immediately? They don't go far. They cost a lot more. And they're going to be made in China. And by the way, I think they're fantastic for a certain group of people that want them. And I'm not saying that because I'm a big fan of Elon, who endorsed us. You know that. He endorsed us. Elon's great. And he makes a great product. And it is. And there's a market for it. It's great. There are people that want it. And I think it's fantastic, actually. But you know what? Some people want gasoline. We have more gasoline. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. But I'll tell you, Elon was at Butler. You saw, he was having the time of his life. And I didn't even know we had it. He saw a black hat, you saw that. And it has, in a very subtle way, with black letters, "Make America Great Again." And I didn't even know we sold them. And he wore one. And you know, his imagination is rather good, like better maybe than anybody in the world. He sends up rockets. He has what he did with Starlink was so incredible for North Carolina and Georgia and Alabama. They said, "Sir, do you know Elon Musk?" I said, "Yeah, I happen to. He just endorsed us like the best endorsement you've ever heard." He said, "We're going to save America. If we don't, this country is ruined." But think of it, they said, "Do you know?" Because he has something called Starlink, and it's very hard to get. It's so popular. I said, "What do you need it for?" He said, "In North Carolina, we have absolutely no communications." Also, the governor of Georgia is doing an excellent job. They didn't have any communications in certain sections of Georgia. And I said, "Well, what do you want?" He said, "Could you get us like Starlink?" So I called up Elon. I said, "Elon, what the hell is Starlink?" He said, because North Carolina needs it for communication really badly, and it's very hard to get. And we talked for about a minute, and all of a sudden I'm getting messages, thank you, from North Carolina, from Georgia. Thank you very much. I'm still on the phone with him. I said, how the hell did you do that? He started sending it out, and we hadn't finished our conversation. So we're dealing on a different level with Elon, and it was great. It saved them. It saved them. Because all their wires were ripped out. And I asked the people, I said, so what's better? The wires all over the place when they were working, or Starlink? He said, honestly, Starlink is better. He said, Starlink is better. So we thank Elon because he helped a lot of people, probably saved a lot of lives. And we thank him for the endorsement, right? We thank him for the endorsement. And I also want to tell you, he made that black hat so we're selling. So what happened, I didn't even know we had it. It's selling like hotcakes. 10,000 hats were sold like in the last day and a half. But listen, more importantly, he calls it Dark MAGA. Dark MAGA. I said, that's the coolest name. That's the coolest name I've heard. And he likes it. He's wearing it all the time now. He's great. And one more, 11, the worst hurricane response since Katrina. And she's on a fundraising comedy tour while people are stranded and drowning all over some of our greatest states. So as the floodwaters rose in North Carolina and Georgia and Alabama, Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, Kamala flew. By the way, do you think Biden could have done that? Do you think Kamala could have done it? No, Biden would have done better, I think. Biden would have done better. I think he's smarter than Kamala. You know, he's been reinvigorated. He's looking good compared to Kamala. No, he has been, right? Look, Mr. Wall, please stand up. Mr. Wall. You know, this guy's a wealthy guy. He does great, but he likes the rallies. It's been like 250. How about Front Row Joe? Stand up, will you, please? Thank you, guys. They got Front Row Joes all over the place. Unfortunately, most of them can't get a front row seat. It's one of those problems. Thank you very much for being. A lot of rallies, like 260-something rallies. And it's Uncle Sam, thank you very much, please. The great Uncle Sam. You know, I got to shake his hand. I have no idea who the hell he is. I got to shake his hand 2 weeks ago. He has the strongest handshake. I'm saying, man, that guy's strong. Thank you, Uncle Sam, you're great. Kamala flew to a fundraiser in San Francisco, a city she absolutely destroyed. She destroyed San Francisco. It was the best city in the country, and now it's not good at all. Well, families desperately tried to escape the rising floodwaters, and they climbed onto roofs. They did anything they can to live, but Kamala didn't send any helicopters to rescue them. And when people sent helicopters, they turned them back. And when, by the way, when Elon sent Starlink, originally they confiscated it, they took it. It took them a long time to get it over there, and it's a disgrace. And he doesn't want to say that, but I'll say it. It was disgraceful what they did. So she didn't send anything or anyone at all. Days passed, no help as men, women, and children drowned. North Carolina has 8 military bases, great bases. Fort Bragg, remember Fort Bragg? They changed the name. We won 2 wars, 2 world wars, actually, to be specific, from Fort Bragg, but they changed the name to, I'm not even going to say it. Let's just call it Fort Bragg. I think, what do you think? Has nothing to do with Pennsylvania, but the people of North Carolina would like to leave it as Fort Bragg. Can we do that? Yes? I think so. But they had rescue helicopters that could have easily be sent, and there was just no coordination. I'm not surprised because I've been dealing with them. There's nothing. But instead, Kamala recorded a podcast known for its graphic content. Can you believe it? She did nothing as people struggled and drowned, and day after day, no one came And it's totally deficient. Fortunately, the private sector kicked in, and they're really helping and doing a good job, I will tell you. It took 6 days before Kamala and Joe sent a small number of troops to help. And despite all of this, Kamala Harris said she wouldn't do anything. She's not going to do anything differently. So if you had your chance, would you do something differently? No, I'd keep it just the same. Think of the things I read, and that's a small portion of the incompetence. What they've done to our country is unthinkable. This November, the people of Pennsylvania have to tell Kamala Harris that we've had enough of you. You're an incompetent person. You're the worst vice president in the history of our country, acknowledged to be. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. So her answer that she would do nothing different is disqualifying. Kamala Harris is grossly incompetent, she cannot be trusted, and she is totally ill-equipped to do the job of President of the United States of America. She's ill-equipped. Frankly, Joe Biden is ill-equipped also, but at least he got 14 million votes, right? He's also ill-equipped, but what are you gonna do? And let me tell you, he may hate her more than he hates me. That's possible, right? What do you think? Dan, do you think so? I don't know. I think so. I believe, it's very interesting what's going on. You see the play now? They're fighting like cats and dogs, the two of them. I believe that he hates her perhaps more than he hates Trump. And I'm a little bit upset about that, actually. Our country just went through 4 years of incompetence, and we cannot handle 4 more years. We're not going to have 4 more years of it, nor will we have a woke military. We don't have a woke military. This is what we have. This is where we're going. Check it out.
You little scumbag! I got your name. I got your ass! You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir. Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face. Now let me see your war face. Ah! Bullshit. You didn't convince me. Let me see your real war face. Ah! Of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as the brown stain on the mattress.
Quite a difference. It's quite a difference, isn't it? We just have to have a little fun in these rather troubled times, don't we, huh? But there's a lot of truth to that when you see it. We had tough stuff today. It's a little bit different. But I'll tell you what, I know the military well. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 4 or 5 years. We have a great military, and they're not woke. Some of the stupid people up top are woke, but you could throw those military people into a woke room, scream at them for 2 years, they'd come out, they want to fight, okay? They are great. We have a great military. I saw it because, you know, by the way, I'm the only president in 78 years that didn't start a war, but I finished wars. I finished wars. Remember when Crooked Hillary said, and she said, remember when Crooked Hillary said, look at him, he's going to start a war. I said, no, I'm going to stop wars. I'm going to stop them. And I did 78 years. But I wiped out ISIS in very quick time. They said it was going to take 4 or 5 years. I did it in 1 month because our military is great. Our military is great. Just yesterday, it was reported that Kamala Harris brought in a totally unvetted refugee from Afghanistan who has now been arrested for plotting an ISIS terror attack on the United States during our election. This is the people we brought in. We've got thousands of them. This is one. Kamala completely abandoned her duty to law-abiding Americans and spent the last 4 years importing criminals, unvetted refugees, and terrorists into our country. As we speak, she has, and this was just announced last week, 13,099, so over 13,000 illegal, alien, convicted murderers roaming free in our country. Murderers that they're released from penitentiaries, prisons, and jails. You got 13,000 plus murderers in our country that were released from jails from all over the world. They come from the Congo. They come from all over the world, not just South America. They do come from South America, too. Do you know the crime rate, like in Venezuela, is way down because they've sent their criminals into the United States? In fact, I'll make you a deal. If we don't win, if this crazy, incompetent person gets in, next year, this same group is going to meet in Caracas, Venezuela, because it'll be much safer than your particular state. That's where we are. We're going to get these people out. We're going to deport them so rapidly. We're going to get the criminals, the murderers. And essentially, I will liberate Pennsylvania and our entire nation from this mass migrant invasion of murderers and child predators and gang members, terrorists, drug dealers, and thugs. What they have done to our country is unbelievable. You know, we get up and we talk, and I noticed something. Somebody was telling me the other day, we do a lot of these beautiful rallies, and it's so great. We never have an empty seat, never have. Look at it, 100,000 people in Butler, more. Never have an empty. But they said, you know, as you go on, you get angrier and angrier. It's true, because I read this stuff with all of these people being allowed in to destroy our country, and by the end of my speech, I'm actually a little bit angrier. In some cases, a lot angrier, because they're destroying our country. We will not allow these people to invade us or to conquer us. Do you see what they're doing in Colorado? They're taking over apartment buildings. They're taking over real estate. They become real estate developers from Venezuela. They have equipment that our military doesn't have. Where the hell did they get that equipment? And the governor of Colorado, who's a weak Democrat, radical left, he's beside himself. He said, oh, what do I do? What do I do? You get him the hell out of there. That's what you do. The Democrats brought him in. And you know what? Little cities and towns all over the country are being invaded. But the ones that aren't, they're just as scared because they know it's going to happen. Because we have hundreds of thousands of these people, and there's so many of them are criminal. And you know what? If I were the head of, I want to name countries, but they're all friends of mine in one way or the other. I know most of them, almost all of them. But you know, if I were doing that, I would have done it even faster than them. In Venezuela, in many countries, they're emptying their prisons into our country. I would have had, because Venezuela has only gone about 50%. I would have had it down to 100%. Why wouldn't I? Do you know the money they save and the turmoil they save? When they take the criminal gangs from Caracas off the streets and they bus them into the United States and drop them? And do you think anything's going to happen that's going to be good with those people? No, it's not good. It's not good. This is not the American dream. I will save your communities. I will send home all of those who do not belong in our country, and I will keep radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. And also, Kamala is known as the taxing queen, the taxing queen. Her plan will raise taxes for typical American families by an estimated $3,000 a year. Take a look at this.
Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax bill.
Calling for a full repeal of President Trump's tax cuts.
If Kamala Harris was elected president, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy, but the first thing she wants to do is allow these Trump tax cuts to expire.
Even the New York Times admits that 85% of the middle class got a tax cut.
Americans will face a hike. The Tax Foundation finding that a couple with 2 kids making $165,000 a year would have to pay over $2,400 more in taxes.
And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax rate. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed. And also looking at estate taxes are going to have to go up. We will tax capital gains, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
Taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
When the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, in that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now, she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Thank you. So I gave you, as you know, the largest tax cut in the history of our country, and I gave you the largest regulation cut for your companies that hired so many people. We had the best employment numbers in the history of our country. Everybody was working, whether they went to the best schools and colleges and got doctorates and all of the different, or whether they couldn't graduate from high school, men, women, the black community, the Hispanic community, the Asian community. Every single group, not one was left behind. And the best ones in terms of proportionately were low-income people. They did the best. And by the way, you have an invasion of people into our country, and not including gotaways, more than 21 million people. The gotaways, nobody has any idea how many there are. They are going to be attacking, and they already are, the black population jobs, the Hispanic population jobs, and they're attacking union jobs too. And they're all pouring in. So when you see the border, it's not just the crime, your jobs are being taken away too. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Kamala will deliver a 1929-style depression. I will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, and the greatest economy in the history of the world, which is what we gave you before. We will pass large tax cuts for workers, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. That's a big deal. Do we have any restaurant workers? Do we have any people that work in restaurants? No tax on tips. Remember they tried copying me? They gave it up. They gave it up. You know why? They got killed when they said it. Like a month later, she's going to, we're going to have no tax on tips. So they toyed with people with their education, right? With debt. And they said, oh, well, we're going to pay for your college education. We're going to pay. Never got it done. They won't get anything done. They can't get anything done. They never got it done. To bring jobs, factories, and wealth racing back to Pennsylvania, we will have a 15% made in America corporate tax rate, cutting the tax from 21 to 15, and I got it down to 21 from 39. But there is a but only for those who make their product in America, made in America. Right? One of the biggest guys, highly sophisticated guy, wealthy guy on Wall Street called me up. He said, who the hell gave you that idea? It's so simple, right? You're going to get that additional tax cut, but you have to have your product made in America. Isn't that great? They said, who gave you? That's like the paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea of a paperclip many years ago, and people saw it. They said, why didn't I think of that? But we're going to give a tax cut. You make your product here because that means jobs. It means a lot of things. It means a lot of great things. And we're going to stop Mexico and China and all these countries from hurting this country because they're hurting it. And they're killing the automobile industry. You're not going to have any cars manufactured here. If we win, this country will become the automobile manufacturing place. We will bring plants back at levels that haven't been seen for 50 years in this country. You know, right now the Chinese are building big factories, auto plants in Mexico. They think they're going to make cars and send them over to our border and put everybody in Detroit out of business, put everybody in South Carolina out of business. Not going to happen, because I'll put 100 or a 200% tariff. We don't want their cars. We want to make our cars here, and that includes in Pennsylvania. And for those who don't make their product in America, they will be forced to pay a rather stiff tariff for the privilege of competing with our cherished companies that we're going to take care of, and for the privilege of stealing our jobs, our treasure, and our wealth. They're going to do that. That's okay, but they're going to pay something for it, and it's going to be substantial. And we will take in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. And let me tell you, for 30 years, for 25 years, China didn't pay 10 cents to this country. And when I was president, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions. Not 10 cents. They literally never, you know, they went under the guise, we are a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too. We're like, this, our nation's gone like this, we gotta get it back up, and we're gonna get it back up fast. But American citizens will use all that money. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to reduce your interest rates. We are going to, by the way, two things. When I was president, the interest rate was 2%. Now it's 10%, but it's not really 10% because you can't get any money at 10%. The American dream for young people is gone. They can't buy a house. You can't get any money. So it's not 10%. It's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15%. It was 2%. 5 years ago, we had 2%, and now we have not 10, probably 14 or 15 before you get it, but that puts you out of business. Tariffs against us. Remember this, one thing is going to happen, or another thing. Number one, they're going to drop all tariffs against us. You know, we have countries that charge us 150 and 200%, and we charge them nothing. And I started it, and it was good. We were making a fortune, and then these idiots came in and they changed it. But we're going back to it. It's a pro-American, it's America first policy, if you don't mind. America first. We have America first. And I believe my pro-American trade policies are one of the major reasons why I've been overwhelmingly endorsed by the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. Never happened. It never happened. including 65% of Teamster members in the great Commonwealth. By the way, never call it a state. That's a very bad, that's career threatening. I had a politician who's a friend of mine. He walked in and he started talking about the state. I said, oh, he's dead. He was dead. You can't do that. David would never do that, right? No, you can't do that. You got to be very careful. The only thing worse is when Biden would get up, remember, and he'd talk about he's in Idaho, and he'd say, it's great to be in Iowa. They'd say, no, no. But the worst was when he was in New Hampshire, and he said, it's great to be in Florida. That's palm trees. And you know, you could be Winston Churchill. He was a great orator, a great orator, one of the greats. And if you make that mistake, no matter how good you are, the speech is a total disaster. Do you agree? But we don't make mistakes like that. We need every one of those Teamsters to get out and vote. Do we have any of the Teamsters here? Do we have them here? Oh, look at that. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it. We appreciate it. The migrants are coming after your jobs, but I don't think you're going to be worried. I think you're going to be, they'll be okay. I know, they're tough cookies. They're going to be all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it, really. Because it's jobs, you know? They may be union, they may be not union. It's jobs. We want to protect our jobs. I don't care which jobs. We're going to protect our jobs. We're not going to let these countries come in and steal our product and steal our companies, and all we're left with is one thing, unemployment. It's not happening, not going to happen. And it's a very simple thing to do. It's essentially what they do. But see, we can do it better because we have now this country. But if this country keeps going along the way it's going, we're not going to have that advantage anymore. So we're leading in every key national battleground, just about poll. We're just, as I was coming up here, Rasmussen, highly respected, one of the most accurate. They have us up by 2 points nationally, but don't be fooled. If we're up by 2, it's about like 10. You know why? Because people can't poll Trump. That's what happened with crooked Hillary. They thought they were going to win because they say to the people they call up, who are you voting for? A Trumper, like these guys. They love Trump. Who are you voting for? I'm voting for crooked Hillary Clinton, or I'm voting for Lion Kamala Harris. I don't use the name Harris. You know, when you use the name Harris, nobody, like if I say, yeah, I'm up against Harris, they say, who the hell is Harris? No, nobody knows. You have to say Kamala. Look, all my political warriors over there. The insider advantage has just come out where we have nationally 3 points. We have in Pennsylvania a 3-point lead, which probably means 10. And a brand new Quinnipiac poll shows us leading in Michigan by 4 and in Wisconsin by 2. Oh, it's all good, but you got to get out. We cannot sit back. And we've made a lot of progress over the last, you know, she had that little honeymoon period before she started talking. Once she started talking, I didn't know, was it that I did a good job or that she is just so bad? You know what? Who cares? I say, who cares? Pennsylvania also needs to defeat your disastrous, radical Democrat Senator, Bob Casey. And we want to elect the next senator from Pennsylvania, David McCormick. He's right here. David McCormick. And I'll tell you, I know him for a long time. He went to the best schools. He did that. He got great marks. I think that means something. You know, it does mean something. How did Biden do, by the way? How did Kamala do? Not too good. How did she do? Not too good, I will tell you right now. This guy was a great student. He was a great soldier. He was a great businessman. He's tough as hell. David, I know you just spoke. Just come here, say like for 2 seconds, because nobody wants to hear you right now. Just come up. But we got to get this guy in office. Come on, Dad.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, it all comes down to the Keystone State, right here. Right here, Mr. President, we're going to put you back in the White House, right here in the Keystone State. We're going to win a majority in the Senate, right here in the Keystone State. And we're going to save America right here in the Keystone State. Thank Thank you.
He's really good, and he will be such a great senator. He'll be phenomenal. And, you know, I know Casey. You know, I was in Washington for 4 years. I don't know if I ever even met Casey. But he's been there a long time. He's boring. Nobody knows who the hell he is. Think of it. And he doesn't fight for you. He just votes the way the Democrats tell him to vote. This guy will be a leader, and he'll bring business back to your Commonwealth. Ooh, that was a close one. He's going to bring business back to the Commonwealth like you won't believe. He's going to be a great senator for a long time to come. And thank you very much for being here, David. Great job. We're also joined as well by warriors, members of Congress who are great friends of mine. They've become great friends. You know, when you're in war, we're at like a war because we have an enemy on the outside, maybe China, maybe, you know, honestly, if you have a smart president, they're always going to be fine. They're always going to be fine because they always need something, and they're always going to be fine. I have great relationships with a lot of these countries that nobody else can talk to. But we're always, like as an example, Ukraine never, ever would have happened. Israel never, ever would have happened. The October 7th would have never happened. You would have never had inflation. You wouldn't have had that disaster in Afghanistan, the most embarrassing moment in the country's life. But I became friendly with these people, and they're warriors. You have great ones here. Some places don't have them as good, I must be honest with you. I refuse to say who. But here you have great ones. Dan Muser. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Great job. Thank you for all the help. He did so many things. He helped us on right to try. You know what right to try is? It's such an important thing. We saved so many lives. He helped us so much. Lloyd Smucker. Lloyd, thank you very much. Great job. Been my friend. John Joyce. John, thank you. You're fantastic people. And Kat Kamek from Florida. Kat, thank you. Oh, wow, that's good. That's very good. Thank you very much, Kat. And you heard Vivek. How about Vivek? Great guy. We're gonna bring him in. I don't want to tell him yet exactly. We're gonna pick the right because I don't like talking. First, I like to win. We gotta win. Somebody said, "Oh, sir, who's gonna be Secretary of State?" I said, "Do me a favor. Let's win first, okay?" Vivek knows that, but he's gonna be a part of something that's gonna be really big. Thank you, Vivek. Great job. Thank you. You know, he started off as a rookie, and he did very well. He did very well. He wiped out a lot of guys that have done this stuff for a long time, didn't he? Very well. It's great. Great to have you. Great family, too. In 4 incredible years under the Trump administration, we've achieved more than any administration in the history of our country, actually. We passed record tax cuts and record regulation cuts. We achieved all-time low unemployment rates, record low poverty rates. We had the lowest, think of it, we had the best, in terms of poverty, the best numbers you've ever had, and rising wages for everyone. Wages that rose at a level never seen before. We ended the NAFTA disaster, canceled the TPP, which would have taken all of your business out of Pennsylvania, withdrew from the ridiculous Paris Climate Accord. I want to call it the Pennsylvania Climate Accord, not the Paris Climate. No, they were ripping us off. We had to pay $1 trillion. Russia had to pay nothing. India had to pay nothing. China had to pay nothing. We had to pay $1 trillion. I said, so far, the deal's not looking too good. I tell you what, as a business guy, you know, I went in and I looked at some of these deals. I said, who the hell negotiated these deals? There's some hanky-panky going on, I think. Of course, Biden got a lot of money from China, you know. They never say that. The fake news never talks about it. If that were me, I'd be excoriated. Remember I said at the debate, I said, let me ask you, how come the mayor of Moscow's wife paid this man $3.5 million? And Chris Wallace said, well, please don't ask him that question. 2 weeks later, it became a hot subject, you know. Don't ask him the question. And nobody really did ask him the question, right? I won the big case in Florida. He had a similar type of case, but the difference is I have Presidential Records Act. Mine was 100% fine. I won it. I beat deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. But Biden had a similar case, but he didn't have Presidential Records Act, right? And Biden was essentially convicted. Think of this. Here was the decision. He's incompetent, so he doesn't have to stand trial. So think of this. He's incompetent, so he doesn't have to stand trial, but he's allowed to be the President of the United States. Does that sound good? I don't think so. But I'll be honest with you. I honestly believe that he's more competent than Kamala. I believe that. I believe he's more competent. And I thought he looked really good today because we were comparing the two of them. And who looked better? He looked sharper than she did. Can you believe this? But I stood up to China like nobody has ever stood up before, bringing in billions and billions and billions of dollars. And remember, I said it before, nobody ever brought in 10 cents, not 10 cents. You check those records. We had the most secure border in U.S. history, fully rebuilt the United States military, and we created a new, beautiful, beautiful thing. I just love it, wrapped up, all perfect. It's called Space Force. Not since Air Force. 78 years before. Air Force, 78 years ago. We obliterated ISIS, and with the Abraham Accords, we made peace in the Middle East. We had the Abraham Accords. If Obama even thought about an idea like that, he would have gotten a Nobel Prize. With me, I say, don't waste your time. They're never giving it. They don't give me anything. All we do is produce. We produce. I just want to produce for you. I don't care about that. And I'm proud to be the first president in decades who started no new wars. That's very good. But those 4 incredible years of peace and prosperity, and that's what we have. I shake hands with people. Sir, it was so good when you were president, and I'm not doing well now, sir. I'm not doing well. They've been cut off with taxes and with regulations. It's horrible what they're doing. But they've been followed by 4 years of misery and failure under the worst president and vice president in American history. This is the worst president and vice president. This is the worst administration in the history of our country. The only one happy about it is Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter is considered, and his administration is considered brilliant by comparison. Would you say that's true, Vivek, David? Yes? Now, Jimmy Carter had a brilliant administration by comparison, so he's quite happy. He's a pretty old guy, just turning 100 or just about, right? He's 100 years old. And he's a nice man, actually, so he's a very nice man. But here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than Bernie Sanders, and even worse than Pocahontas. Do you know Pocahontas? Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, remember? She said, I'm Indian. Everyone said, well, do you have any proof? No, my mother said that I had high cheekbones. That's what she said. That's what she said. So I came up with the name Pocahontas, and it drove her crazy, and so she went out and got a blood test, right? Remember what the number was? 1,024th. Oh, this guy's good. 1,024th. That means essentially that I have more Indian blood in me than she has, and I have none, unfortunately. I'd like to have some. I'd be honored to have some, but I have none. She thought it was so good that she had, 1,024th. It's like not even possible. It's not possible. And she was happy. She was so happy that she released the number. She thought it was good, and that was the end of her political career. She was leading in the presidential race back then. That was the Biden race. And you know where Kamala was? She had dropped out. She was dead last. She dropped out. She never made Iowa. And do I love Iowa? I love Iowa. I love corn. I love Iowa. Now, Iowa's great. We have a big lead in Iowa. Never lost in Iowa. We had a great, many years. What was it, 36 years? Nobody won Pennsylvania. And then Trump came along and we won Pennsylvania. And I'll tell you, there's more spirit now than I've ever seen. I'm talking about nationwide because we have another factor. You like me, and you know that I'm a very competent person, but you know how, thank you. Thank you. I love you too. But thank you. But now you see how people can destroy our country. You know, the president has tremendous power. A president has tremendous power. And you can make or break a country. If you're stupid, if you don't know what you're doing, look at the whole world is laughing at us. 5 years ago, we were respected. Your president was respected, and our country was respected. And Viktor Orban, one of the toughest leaders in the world, the strong people. The press hates him. They say, he's a tough leader. Well, you know, sometimes you need a tough leader. But highly intelligent guy, very strong person from Hungary. He's the head of Hungary. And he made a statement. They said, why is it that the whole world is going crazy? The whole world. Remember me? I had no wars. I had no anything. We had no terrorists. We had no terror attacks. Everybody was happy. We had no terrorist attacks. But he said, why? They asked him, why is it? They said, because Trump's not president. If he becomes president, the whole world, because, and I don't use this word, I don't like the word for myself. I'm just saying the word he said. He said the whole world was afraid of him. China was afraid. Russia was afraid. Everybody was afraid. And I don't like that. I'd like to say respect. But I'm just saying what he said, so, because otherwise they'll say, oh, you know, these guys are so bad. A big part of our problem in this country are those people right back there. Big part of our problem. We need a free and fair press badly, desperately. I watched the way they asked questions of Kamala yesterday. Howard Stern, he's a weak guy. He's weak. He's going, oh, what about, oh. It was so ridiculous. Even she was embarrassed. It was like softball. But all of them. Howard, I knew him very well. I was on the show many times. I used to think he was good. Then I dropped him. And I dropped him like a dog. And his ratings are very challenged. Very challenged. But I watched the questions. I watched that stupid View where you have these really dumb people. You know, Whoopi Goldberg said, would you participate in a movie? She made some movie on basketball. This was before I ran for politics. She said, oh, you're so great. If you ever ran for president, you'd win. This is Whoopi Goldberg. You don't hear that? She said, I'm making a movie. Would you be in it? I said, in what capacity? Just a walk-on. You're so great. Would you do I did a walk-on for Whoopi Goldberg. Now she says, I refuse to mention his name. You know what? Politics can do strange things to demented people. Now, I've hired Whoopi to work for me as a comedian before this stuff, and a long time ago. And I went, and, you know, I'm not particularly shy about what I hear. Her mouth was so foul, every word out of her mouth was like the F word, that this. I was with a group of people, like sort of nice people, and we had to leave. She was so filthy dirty, disgusting, half the place left. I said I'd never hire her again. But she was so dirty. Every word was filthy dirty. And I left. And then I see her sitting about, oh, Whoopi, oh, what a loser she is. But I watched the way they ask questions. And it's like, you know, they're on the same, like they're partners in this crime that's being committed. Kamala, again, she was last in the primary. She was the first one to drop out of like 22 people. And now I'm running against it. Now, I don't mind. I have a feeling that if they left Joe in, by the time it's finished, because she's dropping like a rock now, because she's actually forced to speak. Because she's behind, she's forced to go on and she's speaking. And because she's speaking, people are realizing she's a dumb person. And we can't have another dumb president. We've had enough. Can't have it. No, the country can't take it. I don't want to be nasty. Somebody said to me, one of my people, a nice person, staff person, said, sir, please, don't call her dumb. The women won't like it. The women want to see our country come back. They don't care. The women are tougher than the men, right? They're tough. I said, don't worry. I said, don't worry about the women. They'll be okay. They're going to be okay. You know what? They don't want millions of people coming through our border. They don't want militaries pushing us around. They don't want crime in the middle of our streets. They don't want hundreds of thousands of migrant criminals. They don't want them walking down Madison Avenue in New York and Fifth Avenue and the shops being emptied. They want to see a country that works. And we're going to have a country that works very, very soon. And the women are going to like Trump. I think they like me anyway. I think it's all bullshit, you know? They make it up. Thank you. Kamala was an original creator of defund the police, okay? You know, she was one of the originals. Because she's a radical left person. Her father is a Marxist economist. I don't know what that means, a Marxist economist. They sort of, but a Marxist economist. I'd love to meet the father. Where's the father? I want to meet the father. I might like him. I mean, I like Barack Hussein Obama's brother very much. He endorsed me. And I like very much Tampon Tim's family. His family endorsed me. Tampon Tim. They endorsed me, the family of Tim. A terrible governor. The job he does is terrible. Anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week or 1 day is not worthy of being president of the United States, okay? Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She wants mass amnesty for illegals, which will bankrupt Medicare and Social Security. You know, these people coming in, I believe they do it for the votes. They really want to get them on the voting rolls. The amazing thing is a poll came out the other day with Hispanics. First time ever. Trump is leading. Look at her, beautiful. Trump is leading. Never happened. I mean, I think stupid Mitt Romney was at like 4% or something. How about him? How do you like having him as a partner? Mitt Romney, are we glad we're getting him the hell out of here? But she wants to ban fracking. Her whole life, she talked about, we will ban fracking, we will ban fossil fuels. And now all of a sudden, a little while ago, she said, that's not working too good. I love fracking very much. You know why? Because of your Commonwealth. She's now going around saying, I love fracking. Oh, I love, let me tell you, if this ever happened, day one, there's no fracking. And that's the end of Pennsylvania, because it's the biggest factor in Pennsylvania. She imposed a natural gas export ban on Pennsylvania, which is killing you. It's currently in effect, by the way, just in case you don't know. She lost more than 325,000. I'm just giving you the same numbers that I gave you before with her answer. And the Attorney General, as Attorney General, she destroyed the state of California. As DA, she destroyed San Francisco, and now she wants to destroy the United States of America. When she was the Attorney General of California, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as non-violent crimes. She said, under no circumstances will they be prosecuted. She called them non-violent crimes. They're pretty violent. Look, she's a liberal. She's very liberal. She's not even liberal. She's way, remember I used to say, State of the Union, we will not be a socialist country. We will never, ever be a socialist country. And I was right. We're a communist country. They skipped socialism. No, I was right. They skipped socialism. They went to the next rung, communism. So I was right. We will never be a socialist country. Boom, they skipped it. So I was right. I like to be right. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. So I have the total endorsement of the NRA. You know, how many people in here own a gun? All of my congressmen are they're not sure what they, look at that. Dan, you know what to do. All of my congressmen, they're a little bit shy about that. But you know, she will confiscate your guns. She's gonna take your guns away, just so you know. She sponsored a bill to impose a 100% ban on gas-powered automobiles. Congratulations. I'm sure you'll sell your automobile for a lot. That will be ended on day one, okay? Day one. Boom. I will sign that on day one. I'm going to sign a lot of things. My hand will be very sore from signing. I'll walk out, I'll say, man, that's a lot of signing, and I've signed a lot of things. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. No, we're talking about major radical left stuff here. This is top of the line. It's true. Far left of Bernie Sanders. In fact, even Bernie Sanders said, you know what he said the other day? It's about time I put my foot down. We can't do this. He's complaining. Now Bernie is saying, well, I've got to put my foot down. This is too much. She is the worst, and perhaps most revealing of all, and it's the simplest of all. All for the last 3 years, I heard how she slaved over the French fry oven at McDonald's. I worked so hard. It was so hot, the heat. I'd get burns. Oh, look, it was a burn. I got a burn. I still have a scar. It was horrible. Only one problem. She never worked at McDonald's. It was a lie. You know, in one way, I hate that. It's sort of too simple. You know, the fake news will say, oh, it's such a simple... But they refused to report it. They reported that she worked there, but when it turned out to be a fake, they didn't want to talk about it because they're fake. Hence the term fake news. They're fake. No, they'll get back because they've almost lost all credibility now. You can hardly read the papers. You know, you only know a lot of people, like your accountants, your taxi drivers, you're a lot of different things, but you don't know, like when these guys deal, and they go up and they give them a story, and they know exactly what the story is, and they give them the correct stuff, and then they write it the exact opposite. A lot of people don't know that. They are truly corrupt people. They are corrupt, and they are the enemy of the people. They are the enemy of the people. And we know better than the others because we give them, right, John? We give them the information, and then they write it the opposite, and it's really disgusting. But here we are, we're leading for the presidency, so I don't know what the hell power they have. And yesterday, Tampon Tim said that they want to abolish the Electoral College, take away all electoral power from the voters of Pennsylvania. They want to add, in many cases, they're talking about many, they're thinking about, first time I heard this number, 25, they want to have 25 Supreme Court justices because it's the only way they're going to gain the power, they think. No, they have to wait their turn, you know, it could come back. But you know what? They want to have, it's the first time I've ever heard the number. It's got to be uneven, you know that, right? Got to be. So I figured they'd stop at maybe 11, maybe 13. No, that's an unlucky number. So 15 maybe. Yesterday, first time I heard 25, they want 25. Tampon Tim and Kamala Harris are a true threat to democracy. I'm not the threat to democracy. By the way, if I was, I wouldn't have taken a bullet to the ear. You know, I wouldn't have taken a bullet to the ear. They didn't. But with your vote this November, we are going to defeat these radical left country destroyers, and we are going to finish what we so brilliantly started. We had the greatest economy in history. On day one, I will seal the border, stop the migrant invasion, and we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. We have no choice. The illegal migrants coming into our country are taking the jobs of American citizens, the Black and Hispanic communities in particular. I will end inflation, and we will make America affordable again. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the energy costs way down. I will fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no increases of age. How would you like to be? It's going to happen with them. Some nice guy worked hard. He's getting ready to reach that certain age, and they announced, so you're going to have to wait an extra 6 years. No, it's not going to happen. Not with me. And it didn't happen. Remember that. It didn't happen. It won't happen, Uncle Sam, I promise you. We will make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices in half, 50%, within 12 months of taking office. Get it down, 50%. We'll do it because we have so much. We don't even use our energy. We will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate so you're allowed to drive to Washington without 4 stops, okay? I'd prefer not stopping 4 times. I will stop outsourcing and turn the U.S. into a manufacturing superpower, especially with the car industry. They are going to love me in Michigan, and maybe that's why I'm leading in Michigan. I'm leading by a lot in Michigan. I think the car workers, I think the auto workers are going to love me maybe more than anybody else, because if I don't win, there will be no auto workers within 3 years. We won't make any cars. Working with Elon Musk, we will slash a record amount of government waste and fraud and abuse. And he's very good at that. And I will end the war with Ukraine while I'm president-elect. I won't even wait to get into office. I'll end it. Stop the chaos in the Middle East and prevent World War III, which is going to happen. World War III. We're closer to World War III than we have ever been. We've never been this close, and this will be a war like no other because it's nuclear power, and this is not 2 army tanks, as I say, going back and forth and shooting at each other, Uncle Sam, right? This is levels of power and carnage, and it's obliteration time, and we can't let that happen, and we won't have it. We will not have World War III. These people don't even talk. I saw where Biden hasn't spoken to Putin in, like years or something. You got to end that war. That war is ridiculous. We got to end that war, and I'll end it fast. I know both of them. I know Zelensky. I know Putin. We'll get it ended. I will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I totally rebuilt our military, and we gave $85 billion worth of it to the Taliban. Did you see that? There's another thing. We were going to get out with dignity and strength, but you got to take out the military last. He took out the military first. Not smart. A 5-year-old. Remember, I had the 5-year-old on stage. I gave him the stats. Would you do it first or last? Sure, I take out the military last. Thank you. Go back to your mom. Thank you. But Biden took it out first with Kamala's blessing. And we will build a missile defense shield, all made in the USA, and a lot of it made in Pennsylvania. We're entitled to it. It's our technology. Why aren't we doing it? All made right here. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We will lead the world in space and reach Mars before the end of my term. We're going to reach. I said to Elon, is that doable? Absolutely. He loves rockets, that guy, man. Never seen a guy that likes rockets so much. First time I got a glimpse, I said, who did that? Remember when the rocket engines came down? They have no wings, no nothing. I said, what the hell is that? I'm looking. It wasn't a missile. It was just a round tube. And it came down. It landed right on a barge, a circle. 4 of them or 3 of them. Came right down, landed right on a circle from space. I said, who the hell did that? It was Elon Musk. I called him. I said, what's that all about? He said, well, engines are very, very expensive. So if we could save them, and through certain this and that, we were able to do it. And it's so incredible. They can use them again and again and again. How smart. How smart. And he said, we can do that. We'll be in Mars before the end of our term. And a lot of it also, though, does have to do with the military, because we don't want to just send rockets up. I mean, the military, it's going to be a very important factor. Space Force is turning out to be a very big deal, because a lot of the military is going to be surveillance and everything will be having to do with space. And we're now, you know, we were being obliterated when I took office by China and by Russia in space. We are now leading by a lot. I put a guy in there who's done a phenomenal job, but Space Force has been a fantastic thing and a very important thing. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which is so embarrassing. It's got graffiti all over the marble. It's got potholes all over the road. We're going to fix our capital and make it beautiful, and we're going to be proud of it again. And our cities will be clean and safe and beautiful. We're not going to have crime. We're going to stop the crime. We're going to let the police do their job. I will support universal school choice, which is a big deal for people. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend the Second Amendment as I have done for 4 years, and it wasn't easy. Protect religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections like they have never been secured before. We want voter ID. Did you see in California, Gavin Newsom? Listen to this. He passed a bill, he signed a bill that nobody is even allowed to ask anybody for voter ID. If they ask, it's a criminal act or something. So there will be no voter ID. Now, there's only one reason they want that, to cheat. But think of this, he took it a step further, Gavin Newsom. He has destroyed California. And you know, for me, it's hard to say these things because I have property in California. I have a lot of property in California, and I hurt myself. But what I'm doing now is much more important than my properties. It's really much more important. Every time I say that, what a rotten job he's doing, I say, well, that's going to cost me a lot of money every time, but it doesn't matter to me. If it did, I wouldn't be doing this right now, right? I wouldn't be doing. But under our administration, and by the way, how good did J.D. Vance do the other night? Good people, good people. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris. Should be easy, should be very easy. And stop her radical left agenda once and for all. You have to get out and vote. We're going to make this a landslide. We want to make it a real referendum. We want to make it something where you go and you say, we have the right to stop crime in our cities. We want to make it big. And we want to make it so that they can't cheat, you know. And if you win by a lot, they can't cheat. They can only cheat so much. And they are cheating dogs, I will tell you that. Early voting in Pennsylvania is underway. What the hell are you doing sitting here? Go. So get everyone you know. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Look at that. He's the greatest. I love Uncle Sam. Look at him. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you. He's the greatest, that guy. I don't know who the hell he is. He goes to a lot of rallies. Mr. Wald, you know? I don't know, but he's great, actually. So get everyone you know and go vote. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. I believe that. I also believe that if we don't do this, I don't think it'll ever happen. I think our country is going to be destroyed. They're destroying our country. You will have 200 million people come in from all over the world, including prisons and mental institutions. With your help from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We love this nation. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together, We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. You know who's going to do that? RFK Jr. He's got some good ideas. We love RFK Jr., don't we, Vivek? Between the two of these guys, we will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pennsylvania. God bless you. God bless you, Pennsylvania. Get out and vote. Thank you. Thank you, fellas.
Once in your shoes, I said I was.